Okay, good morning, YouTubers. I just want to see if we've got a sound issue again this morning. Anybody on YouTube right now? I'm just doing a quick sound check. We had a sound issue yesterday. Maybe you can let me know if you can hear me. Hmm. All right. Maybe there's nobody on YouTube right now. Looks like we might have a sound issue. If there is anybody on YouTube right now. Hmm. Oh, thank you very much. Okay, we had an issue yesterday. So thanks a lot, WF. I'm going to mute myself. I'll be back on the mic at 9. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, November the 5th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You guys can hear me in our main room, and somebody already, thank you, Tordy and WF earlier. I know we had an issue with YouTube yesterday in terms of my sound. So I guess we're good to go on YouTube also. So YouTubers, though, I have to tell you, this could be the last week, right? Okay. Could be the last week that I broadcast into YouTube. So just be aware. So lots happening, guys. There's a ton of stuff happening. A lot of stocks moving briskly in the pre-market. So let's take a look at some of the cheaper ones. There are a lot of earnings plays, but let's take a look at ALBT. So this has had a bit of a pullback from 547 to 426. That actually is a fairly big pullback. The only news I see, like I don't see any news. I'm sorry, I don't see any news on it today. Low float, micro float, as William calls it, a micro float. It actually got through the 200-day moving average earlier. Yeah, I got through the 200-day moving average earlier, and now it's pulled back. So you have to come into the main room, Daniel. I mean that's where most people are anyway. So you have to come into the main room. AGFY now AGFY another micro float had a big pop up. 688 is pulled back a little bit, and this is another. Actually, this is interesting because usually this tanks a stock, but CEO is resigning, so the market is cheering this on. I guess he wasn't very popular or something. So the CEO is resigning as the chairman and CEO. I saw there was some guy who has been appointed an interim CEO. So again, when that happens, that means this was not planned. There was no official succession plan. So, but I guess the market is cheering this on. Excuse me, ZVSA. After the company, so there was some news. I'm not going to read it, but there was a PR about their drug. So that's ZVSA, another very small float, million in the float. Pre-market high was about 340. And this one, I have to admit, I kind of disregarded this one all day. I know you guys were talking about it, but it was under a dollar for the longest time. SPPL, look at this. I mean, it was low of 32 cents yesterday, 31, 32 cents yesterday. This morning, it got up to $2. Actually, that's wrong right here on my 15-minute chart. Got up to 252. 252. I don't really see any. I mean, it's regaining their compliance, including affecting a reverse split. Well, other than that, I don't see any. I don't see any other news on this one. SPPL through the 200-day moving average. Now, Palantir. I've got to admit, guys, Palantir. Now, this is PTIR. Okay, I didn't even realize that there was there's also an ETF just for Palantir. So you can see Palantir is up 16%. This is up 32%. So it's a two-timer. Not, it's not crazy volume though. 42,000 shares. Yeah, not crazy volume like some of the other ETFs that are designed specifically for a stock. But there it is. But anyway, Palantir, this is an all-time high. I had really no idea. Palantir, it's an earnings play, and as William says, they're really focusing on AI. Palantir jumps as AI boom powers software adoption. I had no idea it was up in this area. This is an all-time high now for Palantir. That's a big move. 2 billion in the float to move 16%. That is a big move. Now let's get to well, that's an earnings play. Let's get to a few of the other ones. Now this is a cheap one. MQ is a real cheap one. Just getting hammered down here. 33% down, 34% down. I mean, look at the float. 408 million in the float, and it's down 34%. That is a big, big drop. And that is MQ, earnings play. Celanese, boy, there's an old name, at least old name for me. Celanese, CE, earnings play. Look at this gap down on earnings. Okay, there's Celanese, CE. I mean, no, that's 20% down with 108 million in the flow. Another big move. ALAB. ALAB is another earnings play. It's not. Well, William, you said it. You thought it was an all-time high. Maybe it was up here. I don't think so, though. We have position in lifetime range at 82%. But at any rate, ALAB is an earnings play. Now, to me, it might be coming into some resistance around the 89 level. If you look at the weekly chart, and that's kind of where it got to. You can see the pre-market, it got up to 89.02, and that high right there is, what is that high right there? That's 88.59. So it's so it got a little bit above that high of the week on that weekly chart. QNST is another earnings play. And guys, I'm not going to go over all the earnings plays, but I'm just picking the ones that are at the top so far, the ones that have moved the most. QNST is another earnings play. And by the way, look how many earnings plays there are. Can't even fill it up. Well, I can fill it up, barely. What I'm talking about is to fill up, like elongate this top list of all these earnings plays this morning. And these are just the ones meeting my filter requirements. There are going to be others probably, but I can barely get them to all fit on my monitor. VMEO is another earnings play. Vimeo is another earnings play. I mean, some of these moves are huge. I mean, 22% with 143 million in the float. I think GFS is another earnings play. Yes, it is. GFS is another earnings play. Now, I put a price alert up here because you can see on a weekly chart for GFS, there's a lot of action right at that price alert area. So if it took that out, I mean, there's still some room for this one to run. Looks like 46 or so is the next high in the weekly chart for GFS. Looking for LSCC. There we are. This is another earnings play. This is down on earnings. LSCC is down on earnings. Now look at this gap down. Okay. I mean, that's a big, I mean, look at this daily chart and look where it is right now. So it's taken all this out. And the next low on the daily chart is around 43.85 or so. What did it get to this morning? I mean, this got down to $40 this morning, 40.54. It's had a nice bounce, actually. Yeah, I'll post a link. Just go to my homepage. Somebody's in our YouTube room looking for the link to get into what I call the main room. So if you click on the link, then you're at the top now. Depends what you might see. I mean, if you just have to elongate this, stretch it out, and then when you see trading room, that is how you get into the room. Okay. Everybody says the resolution is better in the main room. A lot of advantages. A lot more action. A lot more traders in the main room. ADM, I forgot to mention ADM. So ADM is also an earnings. There you are. ADM is, I think it's an earnings play. Yeah, ADM is also an earnings play. And that's another big gap down on earnings. So I think there's an important day in your country today, I believe. Anyway, I think there's some election going on. So interesting to see what the market will do all day long. So here is the SPY. SPY is yeah, basically flat. It's up a little bit from yesterday, but look how it's chopping around. Not much on the at 8:30. Let's see. There was not much on the economic calendar today. I think something happened. I think there was something at 8:30, maybe 8:30. International trade in goods and services. I don't think that had really any big effect on the market. And then after that, we've got the 10 o'clock, we've got the ISM service index. And at 1 o'clock, we've got the $42 billion 10-year note auction. Okay. So not a lot happening on the economic calendar today. I know you're kidding, John. Okay, guys, the last vestiges of my coffee have been poured. Excuse me. So this is the news. It's not just an earnings play, of course, with ADM. Slides on fresh accounting errors. Okay, so it's not just an earnings play. Yeah, so this is obviously not good. It's not just about it's not just like an earnings play reaction. Just give me a moment, guys. So looking at ADM, I'm just looking at to look at the say a monthly chart to see where could it keep going before it hit any sort of support. So you can see this on this month right here, which was that was at the beginning of the year. Actually, it might have been another earnings play, January. So 50.48. So it's almost there. Well, what am I saying? It's below that. Really? Low is 50.72 here, so it's a little bit below that. Yeah, a little bit below that low in the month. So if 50 doesn't hold it, I mean, look out below for ADM. Not quite a lifetime low. Let me back this monthly chart out to see where is that low. So there's a low of 49.28. This is back in. I mean, that's over 4 years ago. So we're approaching over 4 year ago lows for ADM right now. All right, guys. Now the market was down yesterday. The Dow was down. Nas wasn't down that much, but then certainly the Dow was down. Let's take a look at some of the. I want to see XLE. You know, it's trying to get back to that 200-day moving average. You can see my daily chart. That green line is the 200-day moving average, so it's trying. Take a look at the retail. Retail was the other one that was close. Yeah, so it's still above it, but very close to the 200-day. Healthcare, XLV. Yeah, so XLV actually closed below. So we now have two of the major sectors that are below the 200-day moving average. Not by much, but there's XLV. It did actually close below the 200-day moving average yesterday. Look at communications. Communications will be way above, but probably be able to see the line anyway. There were a lot of times where you couldn't even see that 200-day, but it's a rising 200-day moving average. Let's take a look at technology, XLK. See, it's getting, I mean, it's in the ballpark. I mean, that's not that, I mean, you can still see that 200-day moving average. For many months, you couldn't even see these 200-day moving averages on the major sectors. Financials. Let's take a look at XLF financials. See, that's what I mean. You can't even see the 200-day moving average. Consumer staples. All right, now I have an alert set for GFS. For what reason? Oh, yeah. So this is on a weekly chart. Take a look at it on a week. Sorry, I don't have to bring back my weekly chart here. Look on the weekly chart. I'm saying it's going to now take off and get to that 46 level, but you can see that was an important level to get to on the weekly chart for GFS. This is an earnings play. We have one, two, three, four, and now today, all highs. Now trying to take out these highs of the week. Another one, materials, XLB materials. Again, you can see the 200-day moving average. Industrials. Let's take a look at industrials. Yeah, I mean, it's still, you can see it, but it's still way below. So again, the bottom line is that we've got, XLE now, XLE below, XLV below. Oh, retail. Did I look at retail? Yeah, retail is just a little bit above. So those are the three that are, close to the 200-day moving average in terms of the major sectors. Take a look at the semis, SMH. I mean, the semis are getting close, not unlike XLK. So I didn't talk about BNOX. This is under a dollar. And for those of you who don't mind playing stocks under a dollar, looks like there's a lot of resistance around 65 on this daily chart right in this area. So I don't know why it's up 190% after the company announced it secured $1 million, I guess that's Aussie dollars, from, all right, with the potential to earn up to $118 million. Okay. That's the hype. That's why FinFan. Yeah, Bull is an earnings play also. Again, there's so many. I probably didn't talk about this one too much because of the volume's not that great right now, but it'll obviously pick up once the market opens. It is above the 200-day moving average, so there's that. Okay. The next high looking left is 1267. It actually got above that in the pre-market. So if it takes that out again, the next high is around 13. So there's not a ton of room if you look at this daily chart. But you can kind of see the bets were being placed that earnings would not be great. And look at this, or the reaction to earnings. Okay, it's just a reaction. I have no idea, if they made money, lost money, what their guidance is. But the market is right now reacting positively to whatever they said. Reading about PAYO this morning, PAYO. This is another earnings play. Another earnings play, and had a big spike up to 1032. It has pulled back about a dollar now. Oh, for real. Good morning. So I have an alert set for GJT over the pre-market high, which is around 38.43. We'll see what happens. Yeah, this is sort of an accounting thing, this 104%. I cannot actually explain it. It's been explained before, but whatever it is, the short float is going to be high. I know it looks crazy that how can it be over 100%? See, Bitcoin is having a bit of a pop this morning. Bitcoin, to me anyway, on my what I'm seeing is 16 around $1,640 pop for Bitcoin. Let's take a look at IBIT. I know it had a drop yesterday. It should have been fading a little bit, but there's Bitcoin IBIT. So you want to buy Bitcoin, but you can buy this one. We already looked at it. ADM. We already looked at ADM. 50 is a big level, of course. So right now, well, it did get below a little bit, but 50 takes out 50 again. I mean, this really could sink this stock again. It's an earnings play, but I don't think that's not the big deal. Accounting issues persisting, etc. I mean, earnings obviously still very important, but I think it's all of this accounting issues working on correcting internal accounting problems. Okay, a little bit of fading now for Palantir, PLTR. Still an all-time high though, an all-time high. Once it took this out right up here, this was the previous all-time high up in this area around the 45 area, and now it is an all-time high. We don't count, of course, the pre-market. Pre-market or post-market are not counted when you're looking at all-time highs or lows. All right, guys, what I'm going to do now is get the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens up and running. So give me a moment. All right, guys, everything is up and running as it should be. Let me just do a couple of adjustments. Now, typically, I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. I love how these guys, you know, I mean, this is a, I mean, I don't know anything about this company, but I love how, ever creates these press releases, simple, simple, limited, a leading technology provider announces, a leading technology provider. Okay, guys, so I am looking to see if anything snuck in here that we haven't talked about already in this change from the close. I don't see anything. Okay, guys, just checking the SPY before we open. So we're still modestly positive in the SPY. All right, guys, just give me a moment. Doing a little bookkeeping here. All right, so we are now about 2 minutes from the open, a little less than 2 minutes from the open. So again, I typically don't trade in the first 15. I know I was saying, on this 10-day daily breakout that I might take some, but I just not. I mean, I'm going to miss some. I'm going to miss the ones that just keep running and running and running. But I think I'm just going to go back to my original plan. Typically, not trading in the first 15 doesn't mean I won't, but more than likely I. Oh, look at this NUWE here, guys. It was a big one from yesterday, of course, and look at this. Oh, also, I just want to look. I scratched this one out. ISBC. I mean, look what happened with ISBC. Imagine if you had jumped into it. It had a excuse me, a big pop up here, up to 622, and then it drops all the way down to 4. So it's actually negative. All right, guys. So we have about half a minute to the open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. It's going to be an interesting day, of course, with the election going on. See what happens. With the market, probably you're going to see some ups and downs. I doubt if it'll be smooth. All right, guys, we are now open. Here we go. So ZVSA is there is the VWAP, I believe. 283 is the VWAP. Yeah, so there's the VWAP area right up here. Okay, I've read that sort of a reddish line on my 5-minute chart. That is that's the VWAP area. Okay, so it's still a little bit below the VWAP area. It's trying to break above it. There's another one that is just below the VWAP, ALBT, another one that's just below the VWAP, ALBT. Didn't talk about this, or BCOV, BCOV, sorry. No, I don't know if I loaded it. There's a lot happening in the momentum scan already, of course, which makes sense. Very active scan. There's the ALBT going, guys. ALBT going. Vimeo, VMEO. Wow, look at the SPY here. Look at the SPY. Big jump. Big jump. Well, big jump. Again, looking at the previous bars, I mean, it's a big wide bar. All right, so Vimeo did show up on my 10-day daily breakout, and it is breaking out now. 650 was the alert. I did not take it. 650 was the alert. All right, well, A-Lab is an earnings play, and it is not quite an all-time high. It's in the 90% level. And we've got our first halt of the day. Let's see, was this halted on the way up or down? We have BVS. BVS halted on the way down. Okay. Earnings play, excuse me. Wow, down 36% now. All right, guys, ZVSA continues to make its move. ZVSA, A-Lab continues to make a move. But again, it is early. Target raise is set to $105 from 75 by Craig Allum. Is an analyst. That is for A-Lab. Doesn't mean it's going to get to $105, guys, but that's their opinion right now. Tiger, TIGR. William. Here's another one, guys. They're fast and furious coming in the momentum scan. DD, is this another earnings play? Yes, it is. Dupont is another earnings play. The next high looking left on the weekly chart, a little bit of room, 87.34, and that is for DD. So, William, are you short Palantir? Is that or were you long and then this happened, but it has come back? Okay, good, good, good. Yummy. YMM, guys. YMM. I haven't seen this one for a long time. Not an earnings play. It's not an earnings play. For some reason, it is moving. The China stock. Let me just see what China is doing, KWEB overall. All right, but look at this. I mean, China so popped up and it's pulled back down. This is what I use anyway to track most of the China stocks, KWEB. Used to see this one a lot too, EGHT 8. So it's another earnings play through the 200-day moving average. Market is still strong. Okay, guys. So DJT just took out the high of the pre-market, or it's at the high of the pre-market. Okay. It's just pulling back now to the 38 level. Gonna reset that price alert for DJT. Okay, is GoGo an earnings play? Probably. No, it isn't. GoGo is not an earnings play, but it is moving, trading high after the company reported. I love this headline. So GoGo shares are trading higher after the company reported worse than expected Q3 financial results. So, and they've also withdrawing multi-year long. This is up, right? 36%. Okay. So withdraws multi-year long-term financial targets due to pending acquisition. Okay. Well, maybe that's the reason, but it's a crazy looking headline, isn't it? Trading higher after posting worse than expected. All right, guys, market is still robust. All right, now Palantir showed up on my 10-day daily breakout at 48.20. I mean, obviously this could be active. Well, not could be. It's going to be active all day long. Takes out that pre-market high. I mean, it's an all-time high as we speak. The market doing this certainly it's not gonna hurt PLTR Palantir. All right, guys, DJT just took out the high again. And the next high looking left on a daily chart is wow, $44 or so. Well, this is interesting. So Real shows up in the room today, and we've got Real. I don't know if Real is an earnings play today. Yeah, Real's an earnings play. And Palantir, guys, making another new high. Yeah, sorry, guys. I was trying to click on Real. It's down here, but there's so much happening in this momentum scan. There's the Palantir making new highs. Where is real? There you are. Let's see if I can get it up this time. So real is an earnings play. However, coming into could be some resistance up here. So you can see Palantir down here. You can see it here. You can see it here. You can see it here. There's a lot of Palantirs here triggering all over the place. Okay, guys. Well, the key thing for DJT was breaking out over that pre-market high. That was a good sign that it was going to be very strong. Come on. Okay, the pre-market high was 38.49. Okay. And of course, it had room to about 44, the DJT. Rocket Lab. Okay, RKLB. Let's take a look at this one. RKLB, not an earnings play. Okay, not an earnings play, but excuse me, a big pop here on some volume. The next high looking left for RKLB is 1214. So a little bit of room. Now, interestingly, yesterday at Interactive Brokers, there were about I think there were 300,000 shares available to short DJT. They've all been snapped up now. So there are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers for DJT right now. So I forgot to actually look this morning before the market opened to see how many there were. Palantir keeps making, whoops, all right, wrong. Give me a moment. So AVXL, yeah, AVXL, is this an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. AVXL is on the move here, guys. AVXL on the move. Not an earnings play. Bio. Now, yesterday had a decent, well, it's had 3 good days. Wainwright put a $40 price target on them. This is a $7 stock, guys, $7 to $8 stock. And Wainwright's putting a $40 price target. Okay, they're not lying. Right there, $40 price target by Wainwright. Here's another one, guy. SMLR, another earnings play. So many earnings plays, guys. SMLR is an earnings play. Big pop now. Not a lot of volume yet. 14 times normal. Only 111,000 shares. SMLR. And it's a really tough spread right now. Look at that spread: 36.79, 37.50. Almost making it difficult to trade. Wow. Look at Palantir now, guys. Palantir, another rip up here. William, I know you're not in it anymore, but I think this is Portillo, isn't it? Portillo's PTLO. PTLO. Another earnings play. Yes, another earnings play. Not a well. It's quite. It's not even close to being a lifetime high. They don't all have to be lifetime highs, but it's only down in the 11% range. All right, guys. There's your ADM now. ADM is underneath 50. Underneath 50, guys. ADM underneath 50 at 49 right now. 49 right now. So this is an earnings play, but it's also, an accounting issue. So it's sort of compounded the problem, not just bad earnings or bad reaction anyway, but it's also an accounting issue with ADM. All right, Zcar just got halted on the way up or down. Zcar just got halted on the way up, guys. So the next high looking left is 644. So let's take a look at this blue screen. Now, again, nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, so nothing to do with trade ideas. This is telling me the Hall price, 530, there's Zcar, and 531. So what this is trying to tell me is where it could possibly open when it comes out of the halt. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. Obviously, this one, the BVS, is not because it got halted at 9:32. It doesn't appear to have opened. So there's Zcar. Now, this is a long, long halt. Now, one of the reasons I always suspect it's because when you look at where it could open, that's way too high. 877 on the halt. So I think the market makers have to drop this somewhat. I think anyway, that's why this is turning into a longer halt. Palantir, guys. Now we've got 50 as the challenge. And you can hear in the background, this is why I don't want to stream to YouTube anymore. Getting tired of this. So, guys, anybody in YouTube, probably this is it. Okay, this week, that's it. So I'm going to, get you guys to come over to the main room. Between 12 and 1, there'll still be a trader not taking over, but there'll be a trader. So you can still go to YouTube between 12 and 1 and ask questions. You can ask questions all day long of me, too, all day long. It's just, but there will be a trader at between 12 and 1. So I'm almost for sure this is going to be it for me this week. Whoa, drug. This is an important level. Now, this was a crazy one from a few weeks ago. And there's a high right there at 54.93. So it's taking this out. You got to be awfully careful. It's a super low float for that price of a stock. All right, let's take a look at some of these. So there's DJT. I mean, it's been pretty choppy, but it's holding the VWAP. Okay, holding the VWAP. My computer can't handle it, Jason, and I'm not going to run out and buy a new computer, which I'm not 100% sure would solve the issue. Just we don't get that many people on YouTube anyway, so I'd much rather people come into the main room. All right, now Pale could get interesting right now, guys. I mean, Pale showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown at 960. It hasn't moved very much. And pre-market high looks like around 1029. This is an earnings play. Okay. So the reaction to earnings is obviously very good. It's not a low float, 275 million in the float, but this could get going now. This is, there's a few areas where it's showing up. You can see it down here, Pale. You can see it here in the gap up and go. You can see it here in the don't repeat, in the daily breakout. And of course, you can see it in the momentum scan. So PAO is showing up in a lot of areas. And all these scans that I'm displaying quickly, of course, I'm sharing. Okay. And I'll get to that in about, say it around 10 o'clock. Okay. 10 o'clock Eastern time. I'll start to show you all the scans that I'm currently sharing. I'm seeing quad right here. Is this an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. Had earnings last week, October 28th. So not an earnings play, but you can see the reaction to earnings was good last week. Not shortable for me, the AGFY. So breaking down below the VWAP now, AGFY, big one in the pre-market, but now starting to fade. It's still up 44%, super low float, but it looks like it's starting to fade. Well, it's obviously fading now. Market is still very strong. All right, Aris, guys, another earnings play. Look at all these earnings plays. Aris Water Solutions, ARIS, not a lot of volume. You can see it does not trade very much. The reason you can see that is because it's traded 229,000 shares. That's 14 times normal. So this doesn't trade very much, but it's like one of these ones that they kind of wait for earnings. And that's when a company that doesn't usually trade very much releases earnings, and they can kind of do something like this, either positively or negatively. In this case, positively is up 23,000. That's 23,000. It's up 23%. I see some of the cruisers are on the move here, guys. NCLH and CCL, they are not earnings plays, but they are on the move for whatever reason. All right, gap up and go. Okay, CWK. This is an earnings play also. Okay, this is out of England or the UK. Earnings play CWK as the market continues to move higher here. Pale, guys, I was talking about Pale. Pale is, we had that alert at 960. It didn't move very much, but now it's challenging that 10 level. Pale, Payo. Saw HIMS in the pre-market. HIMS. Of course, this is a obesity drug. It's not. Oh, it is an earnings play. Sorry, it is actually an earnings play after raising its annual revenue forecast. So this is guidance. Keep an eye on Secor here. SMHI. Yeah, keep an eye on this one, guys. Takes out 7. This could get rolling a little bit. This is not an earnings play. You can see right here that if it takes out 7, then the next high in the daily chart is way up here, almost $8, 780. So what I'm going to do is just put a price alert in that area and see if it takes it out. Okay, Beam is an earnings play. It is still down for the day. It is trying to recover, though. You can see how it gapped down, and now it's trying to recover somewhat. Obviously, it has room. Yesterday's high was almost $25, so it has some room. BEAM. Venom. Wow, all-time high. Venom is an all-time high, guys. VNOM, Viper Energy. What did they do? Because they've done a heck of a job because XLE is sort of, that's the sector in theory it's in. But this is an all-time high for Venom, VNOM. And this is an earnings play, VNOM, not a lot of volume, 200,000 shares. Boy, this one is just, again, the market makers will not get closer to that 877. I think that's the reason why this is not opened. I think it's a volatility halt. It doesn't say it's a news halt, but look at Zcar doing the same thing. It is not. Boy, these are long halts. All right, guys, it is now 10 o'clock. So I'm going to go over my homepage right now. And I'm going to show you the scans that I'm currently sharing. I have flashed some of them on the screen. Some of you can see are right here, but others I have on my other monitors. And I did check, and the promo code is still alive, guys. So you can still get 25% off. I thought it might be extended one day. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see at the very top. Here's how you can take out a subscription, okay? Barry 25 to get 25% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. And all I ask is that if you do take out a subscription at any time in the future, use the code that you find on my homepage. That helps to keep the room free in a big way, okay? That's all I ask. And also, if you're looking to try Trade Ideas, well, it's a good opportunity to do this because you'll get 25% off the first month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. It's just a month to month. But if you do like it and you want to take on an annual, we'll honor the 25% as long as you do it within 30 days. So in other words, if you take out a subscription today, November 5th, and before December 5th, you decide, you know what, I'd really like to take out an annual. And obviously the reason for an annual is that your per month cost is less, but of course you have to come up with the money up front. But there's nothing wrong with sticking with with a monthly. Understanding though, this 25% is only good for the first month. After that, you'll go to the normal monthly rate. Now, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. This will get you rolling. Okay. Download and install, first start up and log in. Scrolling down a little bit, introduction to scans, top lists and alert windows, two key elements of trade ideas. Okay. You have to do this first. It's a software program. What we tried, so there's obviously a learning curve. What we tried to do here is in 10 short videos just to get you started. And if you're new to trading, well, we've got something for you too. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, this is a series of videos, all free. If you're new to trading, I do a stock of the day video right here. You can sign up for it. It is free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. I think it was GLW. Is that right? Yeah. So it did trigger yesterday, but it's below the trigger price now. I think the trigger price was the 48.40. So I mean, by a penny, it got to the trigger price. 48.46. So it's still now it's below, but it's up to you if you trade it and how you trade it. All right. So BBS. Well, I'm wrong. BVS. Look at this. I mean, it opened at 1180. So they didn't wait for the market makers to get even close to that 877. And I see that Zcar did open. Wow. Look at this. Halted again. 730 is the potential open. So if you click on my homepage link, so let's keep going down, and education section is here. There's a great user guide. Come on, there you go. Getting started again. Now, alert windows and top list windows. So obviously a lot more detail about what an alert window is and what a top list window is. And you'll notice I'm running one stock race right here. There's a section on how you can create your own stock races with your own set of parameters. Okay. Price alerts. You've probably seen a couple of the price alerts that have popped up on my screen. I put them on my charts. Here's how you can do it. And watch list. If you want to create your own watch list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you do it. I cover these two because I think they're important. Obviously, there's a lot more in this user guide, but you don't have to learn everything, okay? Getting started series again. Daily support. So as I said, next week, it's very possible that I will not be streaming in YouTube anymore, okay? I haven't made up my mind completely, but if I don't, there'll still be the daily support sessions between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And I'll put the link in the main room when I do take my break. So last, if you're looking for my scan, so if you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down, middle section, here are the scans that I am currently sharing. Yeah, well, it's thank you, Jordy. So here are the scans that you can actually see, the ones that I'm displaying. There's the Halts resumes over here. The large cap gainers from the open is the second race right here. The upside movers versus downside movers is right here. Okay. And then the relative strength leaders is here. So those are the ones you can actually see. Now I have other scans that I have open. I do not have all these scans open, but these are the ones I do have open on my other monitors. There's a momentum scan right here. And then the gap continuation or reversal scan is right here. And then the don't repeat. And you don't get too many alerts all day long. That's why I like this one. And this is the don't repeat 10-day daily breakout. Okay. But as you can see, I do have other scans that I'm sharing. But my advice is like you can look at them, but don't have them all up and running in one giant layout. You'll be overwhelmed with the number of alerts. Okay. So again, this is a support room also. It's not just a trading room. So if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format. Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, approximately 3 p.m. I usually take off sometime between 2:30 and 3. But the main room is usually open until 4. William or Draw will keep it open till 4. So even though I leave, the main room will still be open. Yeah, so Zcar already opened, obviously. I'm sorry, for the next, on this next halt. Yeah, 716, that's a potential. So this is a gap up and now down, guys. This is a gap up and reverse for GFS. Look at the room it's got. 3577 is the next low looking left. A lot of room. So as always, guys, I want to go over what trade ideas is. There's new people in the room all the time, so just a brief explanation about what trade ideas is all about. We are fabulous at real-time alerting. Okay, that's what we're really, really excellent at doing. So I like to demonstrate that using this momentum scan. So if I right-click on it, and again, this is one of the scans I'm sharing. I right-click on it and click on Configure, and then click on Summary. This is what this scan is looking for. Now, there are a lot of screening programs out there. This is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas. Of course, we can screen, but again, what we're excellent at doing is not just screening, but also real-time alerting. So in this scan, this is what I'm looking for. If the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3. That means it's got to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. This is why I call it a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. I say etc. in that if all these filter values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we're seeing LEGN at 10:08 plus 23 seconds. And now we're seeing Prim right now. These are all real-time alerts. They met all these stocks are meeting all these filter requirements and making a new high for the day. Okay. Well, TV. Okay, I'm just answering TV. Well, as you see, there are two tabs. So specific stocks only is here. When you want to talk about a specific stock, you want to go to general market talk right there. Okay. I mean, that's up to you. Okay. That's why we have those tabs. So again, guys, if you like this scan the way it is, it's on my homepage. You can have it exactly the way it is. This is what I like to look at. But you don't have to you don't have to like exactly everything that I've got here. For instance, you may not like the price range, so you can change it. You can change anything here, or you can even add a filter, okay, or several if you want. That's up to you. Whoa, DJT now, yes, that just charge through 40. All right, now if you want to create your own scan, of course you can. If you click on search this time. So I'm just going to show you briefly. These are all the real-time alerts that you can have, that we have, okay? These are the two most popular ones by far, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But you can see we have a lot of others as I scroll down. Let me get this window a little bit bigger. As I scroll down, these are all the other real-time alerts that we have, okay? And if I keep scrolling down, these are all the filters that we've got. And you can see again, Palantir keeps making a new high of the day, new high of the day. Give me one moment, please. So now, if you're looking at this for the first time, please don't get hung up on how many we've got and think, man, this is way too complicated. How am I supposed to learn them all? Well, the good news is you don't have to learn them all, okay? The only reason we have so many is that when the company started over 40 years ago, did I say 40 years ago? 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they had to create all these different real-time alerts and all those different filters, okay? So that for the vast majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scan, okay? So that's the reason there's so many. You don't have to learn them all. If you have any experience trading, what I would do is I would probably scroll down and see if you recognize anything, and you may want to try any one of these as your alert, real time alert. I mean, personally, I have a very simple trading style. I only use the new high and the new low of the day. That's it. Okay. Doesn't mean the rest of these are bad. It just means for my trading style, that's all I need. And I only use a handful of the filters. Again, doesn't mean the ones I don't use are bad. It just means I don't need them for my trading style. Okay. Yeah, Luis. So the question is, do these alerts have sounds? Is there any way to set up alerts with sounds? Absolutely. So just give me a moment, guys. I hope you understand what I'm doing. I'm the DJT. So give me a moment here, guys. I will answer your question, Luis. All right. Okay. Yes. So in an alert window, I don't know why the A is not showing up there, but anyway, this is an alert window. Okay. So the question is, how can I put a sound? Okay. Every time I get a new symbol showing up in an alert window, how can it make a sound? Well, here's how you do it. If I right click, I go to properties. Okay, well, let me do it again. So if I right click on this window and I go down to properties, see there's a box pops up and you see there's one that says action. One of the options is actions. So if I click on actions, notice all I have to do is check play sound, okay, play sound, and then set up sound. So you can do text to speech. We have actually a female and a male voice you can choose from. Okay, and so you could do text to speech. In other words, what will happen is the symbol will get read out, and no, obviously though, if you're going to use well, again, you have a female and you have a male voice, but if you have several alert windows, you can't put them all text to speech. The whole idea of these alerts or the sounds is you put a different sound on every alert window that you've got. So when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. Okay. So, and you don't have to. I mean, you don't have to use text to speech, obviously. You can either use a custom sound. So if I check use custom sound and select sound, these three folders, okay, these three folders have got a series of different sounds that you can pick from. So if I click on Mad Money, you can hear all the sounds in Mad Money. So what you can do is you can take a look at applause. So click on applause. You can open it and then you can play it. Okay, and then you'll hear what it says, how it sounds. If you like it, then you just say okay a couple of times, and then that gets attached, okay, to your alert window. Okay, and again we have other. We've got three folders, and they all have different sound alerts in them. Okay, now if you forget all that, no problem. All you have to do is go to the guide. Okay, that's why we have the guide. I don't expect people to remember everything I say. So if you go to the guide, so you click on my home page. and scroll down, go to the education section, and then click on the user guide. Most things that get asked, I have no problem, explaining them live because I know it's a lot easier sometimes just to see somebody doing things. But here is where price alerts. Okay. Now, wait a minute. Make sure that's the right one. Because I'm not sure if this is, oh, here we go, sound alert, right beside it, okay? So price alerts are the way you could put a price alert on a chart, okay? And again, using our price alerts window, and you can put a sound alert on the price alert window, okay? But this is what I was talking right there, sound alerts, okay? Luis and anybody else who wanted to put a sound alert on their alert windows, okay? It's always easy when you know when it's explained maybe the first time, Luis, okay? But but that's why we have the guide, okay? I don't expect anybody to remember all the things that I talk about, but a lot of the times, what I talk about, you can easily find in the guide. I think we've sectioned the guide. All the major, or we've got all the major sections are in the guide. Okay, guys, now let's, what is the Z car. Okay, so it just resumed and it just moved down a bit. What a move. I mean, that original halt was at 5:30 and it got over 10. I'm sorry, did not get over 10, got over, got up to 861. And it just got halted again now on the way down. Now, there are all sorts of different trading styles out there. Okay. Now, I'm what you call a momentum trader. I love to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. But that doesn't have to be your trading style. Okay. And that's where the race can come in. So let me explain what you're seeing here in this race. I'm running 4-minute races. Now, remember, I said if you click on my home page, click and then go down to the education section, click on the guide, and then there's a whole section on TI stock racing. You can create your own race with your own set of parameters. So I'm running a 4-minute race. Again, that's you can run whatever time frame you want. So what you're seeing here is since this race started, it's 30 seconds in. QNST, it's hard to see it, has moved the most. Okay, since the race started, it's only 0.58%, but that's why you're seeing though QNST right at the top here. Now, of course, like any other race, it doesn't have to remain because this is a 4-minute race. Of course, some other stock could take over the top position. Now, notice that there will be a top 10 list automatically created for you, made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see in the number one position right now is DJT, has won 4 races. IonQ, 2 races, etc. Eventually, there will be a top 10 list. Why is that good? Well, now this gives you a watch list that you can follow all day long. Okay. So a lot coming at you, in trade ideas. I get it. It can be overwhelming. So this is a great way to automatically have a watch list created for you that you can just concentrate on all day long if that's what you want to do. So what I would be doing, and you don't have to wait, number one, for a stock to win a race before you click on it, or in fact to be at the top. You can click on anything you see here and just see what it's doing. Let me take a look at Palantir as an example, PLTR. Okay, so this is not pulled back. I'm just looking to maybe find one that, so this is the one that actually, so okay, if you're a VWAP type player, okay, so here's GFS right now. You can see that it's just a little bit below the VWAP. Now again, you have to have some trading experience. If you don't know what I'm talking about, what the VWAP is, well, There's you go to Investopedia, but I mean it's an area in which a lot of people look at as potential support or resistance. So you can see what happened. It broke down through it, but now it's starting to maybe get back to it. So what if it broke above it? I mean, this is still a strong stock. It's up, almost 10% for the day. It's an earnings play. So if you're a VWAP type player, you might look at this and go, okay, why don't I put an alert just over the VWAP and see if it breaks over the VWAP and starts to run again, as an example. Okay. Let's take a look at Intel. What is Intel doing? So Intel is still strong. What I'm really looking for is maybe a stock that is moving down into the VWAP. Again, if you're a VWAP player, you might look at that and go, okay, I think that could be support. Let's see how it reacts at the VWAP. How well does it hold it? And then maybe I take the trade. Or maybe you've got a moving average on whatever time frame you're using. Be it a 5 minute or 15 or two or whatever time frame you're using, maybe the stock is coming into that moving average. Maybe that's what you like to see. So that's what I'm saying. You don't, you can use this to take a look at stocks that potentially are pulling back to a level. Okay. Take a look at Core, CORZ. Okay. There's a classic. Look what it did. It came into the VWAP. Will that VWAP hold it? The VWAP's at 13 right there. Okay. Will it hold it? And maybe, now I would always be looking left, okay, even if the VWAP held it. So you've got today's, highs to get through, not that far away. But it is an earnings play, so it's going to be, should be active all day long. I'm just keeping an eye on the DJT guys for another potential move for me. Just give me a moment here. So again, the next high is 43.81, so there is room still. The market is still strong, still strong. Hardly any pullback at all, like a minor one right here, but the market is still strong. All right. So talking about this race, okay. So I mean, if you're looking at this for the first time, a question really should be, if it isn't, it should be, like, why are these stocks showing up, and what makes them special? Why are these stocks showing up? So all races start from a top list window. So if I right click on this race, notice there's an option that says Open Top List. I'm going to do that, and this is the top list window. And I'll expand this. There's probably going to be a lot of stocks in here. Now, sometimes when I do this, there's only about 15 or 20 stocks, but the market is up for the day. So, I would expect this. But so let me explain though why these stocks are showing up here. But also, look what happens. So here's how you can create your own top list window and launch your race from it. Look what happens. If I right click, launch real-time stock race. Okay. So hopefully this is starting to make sense. You can create your own top list window and then run a race based on your parameters. In this particular top list window, this is what I'm looking for. I'm going to click on configure and then summary. So as long as the stock has been 10 and $50, the volume is at least 500,000 shares, market cap 500 million at least, and 50 million market or float minimum. Okay. So if these filter values are met, then the stock will appear in this big list. Notice the difference between this and an alert window. An alert window has a trigger. All these, like all the filter values have to be met, and then you have some kind of a trigger to get, so you can see the stock, be it a new high of the day or new 5 minute high or any one of the real-time alerts that we've got. This is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas that you're looking at right now. So before we had races, and you can still use a top list window like this if you want, but a question would be, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Okay. So as long as you have the column header, which I do, see percent change from the close, you can sort on it, and that's going to show you the stocks that are up the most today. Now, obviously, I'm looking at DJT, it's up 16%. Obviously, there are stocks that are up more than that. I can see Zcar right here, but that's because in this particular race, I have that minimum market cap of 500 million and the minimum float is 50 million. Okay. If I took those out, then you would see stocks like Zcar and ALBT. That's what that other race does. Okay. Let me just show you that other race. So this race right here, this is the race I used to display all the time. This is the biggest gainers from the start of the race without a market cap and a minimum market cap and a minimum float. That's when you will see the ones that are really like going crazy. Okay. The reason I'm not showing that as well, you can have the race. It's right here. Okay. But there are a lot of new people trying to trade. And while this race is a lot of fun, you get stocks that are making huge percentage moves, but with big moves up can have huge moves down. They're very, very volatile. So I decided that I will show this race instead because notice here, it's not that often that you're even going to get a stock that is up 1% when from the start of the race in this race. Okay, just because of the market cap and the minimum float. But it's up to you. I mean, you can take a look at that other race if you want, but this is just going to be a lot. This is not going to be as volatile. It doesn't mean that they're not great to trade. You look at Palantir, look at DJT. Okay, there's some excellent trades in here, and I can always sort on the change from the open. Okay, just I've done a sort on the change from the open. Their opening trade of the day. So again, maybe nice news or interesting stuff to see, but what if you wanted to see what like a lot of people say to me, well, I want to see stock. I don't want to see stocks necessarily at the high. The like the ones that are up the most from yesterday's close or near the high of the day. How about if we could find one that's starting to move? Well, that's how you do it. So let's take a look at something down here. We saw NCLH earlier today. Okay, that's one of the cruisers. What if, for whatever reason, right now NCLH is up 2.2% from yesterday's close? What if, for whatever reason, NCLH started to move? Maybe some news hit, or just for whatever reason, it just started to move. It's right now it's at 2.2% from yesterday's close. But what if it was up 3%, then 4%, and 5 or 10%, really moving up this list of stocks? Well, you could not obviously follow especially that other race. I mean, the other race has a lot more stocks in it. Okay. But even this race, what are you going to do? Try to watch to see if the stock is moving up? Well, you don't have to because that's what the race will do for you. Okay. It will find us, all it cares about is the stock that has moved the most in this list of stocks since the race started. That's all it cares about. So it could be this low one. It could be the bottom one right here. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, so that's the whole basis behind the races, guys. Okay, that's the whole basis behind the races. So again, you can take this race, or you can make your own race, and with the stocks you want to follow. Okay, how do you change your screen name on the homepage? It should be the second. Usually, usually the email is at the top, right? I can't go back into the room, okay, Stevie, but I think isn't it fairly obvious. You'll have like the top, it says, ask for your username, and then the second line is what name you want displayed, something like that. Isn't that right, William, or anybody else in the main room? Stevie in our YouTube room is asking how to change your name. Yeah, so I think it's pretty simple. Maybe you have to Mr. G is saying, yes. Maybe you have to go back and log in again, and then just, change your screen name, or click on your profile, okay? Click on your profile. So Anton is saying just click on your profile, which is where? Where the heck is your profile? Well, if you can find profile, which I cannot find, it's that's where you do it. It's probably pretty, you see, I have a different display than you got from you guys, so maybe that's the reason. All right, guys. So again, as I say this over and over, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So I welcome questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer them. If it's an accounting type question, I probably won't be able to answer it, but I can certainly direct you to somebody who can. Okay. Right now, no, I have no live trades on right now. I have been trading DJT. Okay, that's why I've been pausing every now and then. I've been trading DJT. Now I see that our AI has had, this is a nice one. Now this Aris I saw earlier did not take it, but yeah, the Aris. Now you see how that when we looked at this the last time, this red was almost a dollar, I believe. Now you see as the day, gets, it's not a lot of volume sales, only 400,000 shares, but at least the spread is only a dime now. I think the last time I looked at the beginning of the day was about a dollar. So you're in. You probably should be in the specific stocks only, 161. Okay, you're in the support questions section. If you're going to talk about Palantir, so is there a way to sort a top list by clicking on the column headers and having to right click and going into the configure window? So let me bring back this top list window. I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. So you can sort on any column header you see. You don't have to go into the configure window. Okay. As long as you have the column header, you can sort on any column header that you see here. So if I want to see the stocks that are, near the high of the day, this is that's what this position and range one. If I double left click on it, okay. If I double left click on it, so I didn't quite do it. There you go. So I can see that tech is near the high of the day as an example. Okay. So as long as you have the column header, you can sort on any column header. Again, if I want to click on the ones that are up the most, Palantir 2020. Again, oh, you weren't, that's okay. You weren't double left clicking. Yeah, it's double left click. And it's got to be kind of quick. Like you can't go click, click. Okay. You've got to rapidly double left click. Okay. So you got to like what I'm doing. And sometimes it takes yeah, so I rapidly, so you got to rapidly double left click. Do you need an account to upload a photo? An account. What do you mean by an account? You're in the room. I've never uploaded a photo, so I don't think you need when you say an account, like you're in the room right now. So you obviously created an account to be in the room. I think that's all you have to do. How you upload a photo, I don't know. I've met, all the years we've had this trading room, I've never uploaded a photo. But I'm sure William's got a photo there. I see his mug. Oh, I see. Okay, Stevie. All right, guys. So Peo really hasn't moved that much. Peo has not moved that much. So now I'm going to start looking at some. Oh, I see. No, you don't. No, the room is free, Stevie. The room is free. I see what you mean. The room is free, so it's got nothing to do with, in theory, with trade ideas in that regard, as far as having to have an account to do anything in the room. Okay, Zcar. Okay, I guess it started to trade again. TMTC. Let's take a look at TMTC. Where could this one go? So this looks like, yeah, this got halted on the way down. Okay, TMTC got halted on the way down. Now this is a weak earnings play, guys. ULC is a weaker, well, weak in that okay, it's not weak. I mean, it's still up for the day, but it's at the low of the day. So it's up from yesterday's close. I shouldn't. So it's up from yesterday's close. It's still up 3%, but you can see it is fading here. Okay, so it's at the low of the day's range. But it is still up from yesterday's close, but really giving it up. All right, guys, give me a couple of minutes. I just want to stretch a bit. All right. So a question about, can you automate the trades in the software? Yes, you can. You can automate your own, but it has to be your own strategy. Okay, if that makes sense. So, for instance, not that this would be one. I mean, there's way too many. Just give me a moment. I just so you could create your own alert window, and then you could if you were, if you back tested it and you loved it and all that, and so that it would take every single trade that shows up in the window. Okay, you can do that. Not, I'm not. This would be an awful one to do because you have so many alerts. But so yes, so the answer to your question is yes, you can. I'm assuming you're not a subscriber, not an auto fashion. Okay, you're talking about is there an AI that will also enter and exit the trade automatically? No. Boy, I feel I'm missing the boat on this Aris. Yeah, well, the money machine is, yeah, okay, if you're talking about the money machine, but understand that the money machine has a lot of testing that has to go through, okay? And, before we actually can unleash it, if we are going to, a couple things have to happen. First, we have to figure out, like, how to take these trades automatically based on kind of top list technology. I know it doesn't make any sense to you probably as, not a subscriber, but the automation, is always has been always based on an alert window, okay? And so when you get it when it sees a symbol, then it'll take the trade. The difference between that and what you're seeing is that it'll take the top 3 symbols automatically, and then when one drops out as not being in the top 3, it'll take the next one that comes in. So they're still working on figuring out a way to do that. And once that gets figured out, then we can at least run it in our simulator. Okay, we have a real time simulator. The problem with the simulator, though, it does not take into account slippage. So, for instance, this would be a good example. Maybe. If you were to automate this trade or this window right here, okay, you wanted to take every single stock that came in here. So here's PINC. You get the alert at 2204, but maybe PINC is moving really quickly. So you could not get this, you could, even if you're in auto mode, you could not get the trade at 2204. So then you have to work with, okay, what's called a limit offset. How much outside of the alert price are you willing to take the trade? 2 cents, 3 cents, 4 cents, 5 cents. And because this could be a fast moving stock, as an example. Uh, and those are the challenges that we have to go through. So once we're able to at least mechanically take the trades in the simulator and see how that works, the next step is to actually trade with real money. Okay. And that's what the company is going to do. They're going to trade with real money and with different, topless scenarios. Okay. And until that happens, until we can, prove to ourselves that it works using real money, we're not going to unleash it. No, you can't auto trade a topless window. You can only auto trade an alert window. Okay, so you cannot. So I'm saying you cannot auto trade a topless window. So while that money machine might look pretty good right now, it's not exactly real world, and the company completely understands that. I mean, we're not trying to, we certainly don't want. I mean, that's why we got to test. We got to test it with real money. So the company's going to set up an account. So I don't think it. Assuming it goes well, this will not be ready until next year. All right, guys. So, what am I looking at now? I'm just kind of sitting my hands right now. I'm also waiting to see if DJT gets back over 40. Market is still strong, strong, strong. Has not pulled back at all. All right, let's take a look at this. Well, I'm just showing you the PINC, guys. So this PINC is actually kind of interesting. It is an earnings play. It is so over the whole number. There's the VWAP, so it's over the VWAP. Let's take a look on a monthly chart to see where it could go before it hits the next high. So unfortunately, there's the next high. It's too close, 22.33. That's where it could stall. Okay, right there. It could stall there on that monthly high. That was when was this? This was in April of this year. So that basically prevents me from being that interested in the trade now. Oh, I lost sight of ADM completely. And remember when it broke down through 50, I was looking at potentially shorting this. Then I distracted doing something, but look at the bounce it's having now. 48, say 49, up to 51, say 50. So again, earnings play, but more importantly, all sorts of accounting deals. Falls after flagging accounting errors, lowering their FY profit forecast. So I mean, this is still a. I'm surprised it's only down 7%. Oh yeah, Zcar. So Zcar got halted on the way down and then halted on the way up. So now it is open again. Now again, it's a very low float. So remember what I always talk about. If you're in one of these low float situations, I haven't checked the other website, but it's probably less than a million or thereabouts, which is a very low float. You cannot take a trade like this and then wander away from your computer at all. You can't 670. Okay, great. We've got the same draw. So you cannot, even for seconds, think, I'll just race into a room and come right back. Okay, you cannot do that. Okay, with something that has such a low float. I mean, anything can happen. Look what happened up here. Got up to 860, and then it got down to 621, and right down to 580. I'm not saying that was instantaneous, but you can have easily, dropping 50 cents, 75 cents, a dollar in seconds on you. So you cannot wander away from your computer if you're in any one of these sort of trades. And I wouldn't recommend it if you're new to trading. I wouldn't recommend it, even though I know it's exciting and you get all these massive percentage moves. But again, with massive percentage moves up and have massive percentage moves down. Okay, sorry guys. Okay, I did not, PJ, AGFY. I did not have AGFY shorts. I had Interactive Brokers anyway. No, I wasn't muted. I just stopped talking for a brief moment in time. To quote Mr. Sagan. Oh, wait a minute. Hawkins. That's right. I sorry, it was Hawkins, not Carl Sagan. All right, guys. So what time is it now? 10:52. So I will be taking a break in about an hour or so. Today is Tuesday, so it should be Chris taking over for me in our YouTube room. Look at this CWK. Son of a gun. I missed this one. Well, I saw it earlier. 1445 was the alert on my 10-day daily breakout. So it has moved, it's a pretty big float. So that's why you're not going to get huge percentage moves, but nonetheless, nice and steady. And that is the CWK. All right. Now this is interesting. Forward, FWRD. So this is a gap down and reverse. Now look what it's doing. 2 days ago is at the 2 day ago high. This is an earnings play. And 35.78. Yeah, 35.78 was the high 2 days ago. It's almost right there. If it takes that out, then 38.31 is the next high. So there would be some room for this one to keep running. Or is this going to be resistance? Will this be resistance and possibly setting up a nice short for us? Okay. Yeah, I remember that, William. Yeah, not that long ago. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. LIND. This one is on the move too. I don't know if it's an earnings play. It is an earnings play. LIND is on the move. And excuse me, another earnings play. Let's take a look at it on a monthly chart to see where it could keep going. Wow. So there's not a lot of looks like that high right there is 1129. So it's a little bit above those highs right there. We back out the monthly chart a little bit more. 1153 is the next high. When was that? That was December of last year. So a little bit of room. Again, when I say a little bit of room, I'm just looking left to see where the next highs are. Okay. Are they on a daily chart? If I can't see it on a daily, I turn to a weekly. If I can't see it on a weekly, I turn to a monthly. Just to as an idea about where a stock could go. Excuse me, how it could go or where it could go before it hits that next high. TRS. Oh, TRS. Now, this is a earnings play yesterday, guys. TRS is an earnings play yesterday, and the high yesterday was 27.94. So there's a ton of room. Call that 28. So that's a couple of dollars, and it's starting to move. Problem is, I mean, the volume is just the volume is just not that great. Okay, guys, let's see now. Maybe keep an eye on Yum C here, guys. This is an earnings play yesterday, not a continuation up, but sort of a bit of a fall here. 48.29 was the low. It's just at 48. Yeah, Shady, I don't get involved in the marketing at all, so no comment. Oh my goodness, is edit all the way down here? Aha, CDXC. Now this was put this alert yesterday, I guess. So CDXC. So I put this alert yesterday for some reason. I guess taking out the hot. So we were watching this one yesterday, of course. Now I remember. Had earnings October 31st. So the reaction though was on the first. And so I was waiting to see if it could take out yesterday's. Well, we were watching it yesterday to see if it gets to the high of the day. So now it's above yesterday's high. Okay. CDXC, it is above yesterday's high. Well, but okay, I'll look at it, Veronica, but again, as you know, yeah, I don't play earnings at all. And this one, really, it's all about, what your government really is going to do. You get some report saying, yeah, we're finally going to legalize it in all the states, or which I don't think is going to happen anytime soon. So I really don't have any comment. Oh yeah, I'm in Canada, so I live in Canada. So when I say your government, yes. So I mean, I don't see anything wonderful about this, to be honest. Nothing that's going to make me. I mean, it's been chopping around for the last few days. There's nothing. For instance, if you saw a daily chart that was, moving up every single day in advance of earnings, you might look at that and go, well, maybe the smart people are thinking it's going to have a good earnings release. But I don't see anything in this daily chart. I don't see anything in the weekly chart personally. Now, others, listen, somebody else might have a completely different. I certainly don't see anything in the monthly chart. Somebody else might have a completely different view of it. I mean, look at the monthly chart, especially. Remember, I mean, back here, this is when all the excitement is. Oh man, maybe you guys are going to finally legalize it everywhere. I mean, look what happened. What month was this? This was April. But listen, don't let me stop you. If you want to trade this one, if you think they're going to come up with blowout earnings, don't let me stop you. Okay, so Zcar has been halted, resumed several times now, and it just got halted. It looks like on the way up. And again, one of these ones challenging the VWAP. And as William says, zero chance that your Congress, U.S. Congress, will change enough to legalize pot. All right, guys, Cassie, CASI, another, that's not an earnings play. It's only up 0.57%. It was showing up on my momentum scan. Why? Because the momentum is building. Okay. Am I trading? I have traded DJT today. Yes, Steph, in our YouTube room. Yes. Okay, guys. So let's see if anything is interesting here. How about this Affirm? Is this an earnings play? Not an earnings play. Has earnings a couple days from now, actually, after the market. What are we? Thursday after the market. So the reaction will be on Friday. That is for Affirm, AFRM. Now look at Affirm coming right into potential resistance. Man, I what was the one that I was saying that was coming into potential resistance? I can't remember anymore. It was getting right into a high. There's an aluminum play, guys. CENX. This is interesting. I thought it released earnings approximately the same time as Alcoa, but obviously not. So this is an aluminum play. CENX. Nice move. Not a big float. 52 million in the float. Riley maintaining a buy, raising its price to 24. AGF. You mean, was it AGFY, Steph, that I was looking at coming into resistance? No, it was some other stock. Or are you just asking about this one? This one is still weakening. There's no shorts available for me for this one, AGFY. So much ado about nothing, really. You know, big high, 682 approximately, right down to 422 now. Oh, well, when you say pull back, you mean can it go higher? From well, anything, of course, is possible. But right now, I mean, it's been weakening ever since it's high in the pre-market. It's been weakening all day long. So, I mean, could it come back? Anything is possible, but right now, I mean, it's just been weakening. And it's below the VWAP, quite a bit below the VWAP. The interesting thing to me was the fact that it went up at all, because the CEO was basically, I don't want to say turf, but he resigned and an interim has taken over. So, I mean, this was not planned. And typically, stocks usually get hit hard on that. It had earnings. I don't have no idea if they're making money or anything about them in that regard. But I was surprised to see the stock was up so much unless, that CEO was just a horrible person. And they were glad to see him go. But it was not planned. Not when you have an interim CEO taking over. No, there was no like real succession plan. But anyway, can it come back? Yeah, anything can happen. But right now, I wouldn't be anticipating it coming back anytime soon. Maybe in the afternoon. Guys, Hackett here, the Hackett Group, all time high right now. This is an earnings play, HCKT, all time high. No kidding, Zcar. So again, if you're a bit of a VWAP player, there you go. You can see how it was sort of holding it, and then it popped above the VWAP, and now the next high on the I did not trade this, but the next high is 928. You know what? I think I might have been Eris. Just give me a moment. The one I was looking at. No, thinking that it might stall, but no, there was some other stock that was getting right into the next high. I think on the daily chart. I just can't remember what it was. So the only thing we can see with Zcar, okay, was a press release they had after right when the market closed yesterday. Okay, so again, Captain, there was no, call it, legitimate reason why he's doing what he's doing. Okay, obviously, but what happened is they said, "Hey, we're going to double our customer support team to enhance guest and host experience." They released that right at 4 o'clock. Okay, and didn't really make any difference after hours, didn't really do anything pre-market. But then for whatever reason, people are looking at the low float and saying, how about this one today? That's it. All right, how about this ETWO? What is this one doing? Too much resistance, looking left. There's just too many areas where it could stall. Nice little pop here, not an earnings play. Don't know anything about these guys, supply chain management software. Okay. But when you look left, look at all the stuff it's going to get through. So now, if you're wondering, well, why did I click on it? Well, I didn't know what I was going to see, of course, until I clicked on it, and it showed up in the momentum scan. Well, again, it's news. I mean, that's what the company put out yesterday when the market closed. Again, does it mean that it should be doing what it's doing? Of course not. But it doesn't really matter what we think, right? It's whatever the market thinks today. Yeah, Steph, I don't know about this AGFY. I mean, this is really, I mean, this is a big, big drop. 680. I'm talking to Steph in our YouTube room. 684, and now down here. So, and yeah, they did a financing also. I mean, the amazing thing is it did this. Give me a moment, please. All right, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. What do I know about your S2 alert, and how could I change it to S3 alert? So are you talking about these what, pivot points or something? Or I don't use them at all. So is this what you're talking about? You're talking about the pivot points, right? So they're not alerts, right? These are filters. So there's a difference. No, this might be just semantics. Now, can you change it to an S? Well, we don't have S3 as I see here, but I guess there's a I mean, these are all. I think Chris is going to be in our YouTube room in about 40 minutes. Okay. Um, I think there's a formula. I mean, you know what the I can't remember what the formula is for R2 and R1 and S1 and S2. We may have let me ask Chris, we may have the data points to create. It would have to be a custom formula. I think we do, but just give me a moment, okay? All right, so I've just asked Chris, okay, I think because it's just data points. If we have the data points and you can actually create S3 and R3 and all, if we have the data points, but it would require a custom formula. And I just asked Chris. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Pepe. I'm sure. So it's a matter of creating a custom formula. And if you've never done one before, have you created a custom formula before? Well, if you've ever created a custom formula, if you know what the data points are, then it's just a matter of creating it. I'm just waiting for Chris to answer. I think somebody created it before, and so we may have it. I just can give it to you. And thank you, Pepe. All right, here's another one, a real cheap one, guy. Well, first of all, I want to take a look at the Z card to see if it's pulled back to an. Okay, so there is the VWAP again. Okay, for Z car, and the VWAP is at 732. So it is. Will that hold it again? Why is Riot so strong today? Because Bitcoin is so strong. Okay, I mean Bitcoin and Mara, or Riot, Bitcoin. Okay, Riot and Mara are strong because Bitcoin's strong. Here's IBIT. Okay, I mean they're sort of all linked. And look at this market. So the market had a bit of a pullback here, and then moved right back up. Yeah, I'm just waiting, Hot Rod. I'm just waiting for Chris to. I'm pretty sure it has been created before. Wow, there's Palantir, guys. What very strong all day long. Palantir, very strong all day long. PLTR. I'm actually had no idea this was an all-time high. Yeah, so Riot had earnings last week, but it's really all about what Bitcoin's doing. TV, all right. I mean, if Bitcoin is strong, typically these miners will be strong. All right, so I just got confirmation from Chris that we can do it. He's just going to take a look. I think the formula was created a while back. Okay, so Hot Rod, hang on. It's all to do with what? Yesterday's highs and lows and closes and all that, and then ratio and then I've never ever used pivot points. Well, again, remember, it's not an alert, it's a filter. So you can filter for stocks that are, at the levels, but you won't get an alert when it crosses. Okay, well, definitely a filter. Well, the shady can figure out a way. There's so many of these ETFs now designed for specific stocks. I mean, I had no idea there was one for Palantir. Oh, look at this. I mean, this is up 45%. Okay, it's doubled. So Palantir is up about 22.5%. Okay, so this is if you buy this one, you're going to get double. But if Palantir starts dropping, this will drop twice as fast also. So that's the issue. Well, you know what? I mean, the next high looking left, I mean, it's got a shot. $11 is the next high looking left for Zcar. Okay, so Chris has just given us, or me, just give me a moment. I'm going to paste it in. Okay, who asked the question? Hot Rod, you put this in the general market talk. Okay, so I'll put it there. Just give me a moment. I've got to be so careful because I'm trying to copy this, and I can't miss a bracket. Okay, so the distance from S3 is the one above, and the distance from R3 is underneath. Those are the custom formulas. Now, if you don't know how to write a custom formula with us, Chris will be in a YouTube room in about half an hour. Okay, and what he could actually do for you is drop it into your account. But that is the formula that you would use. Okay. Okay, Hot Rod, did you see what I posted there? If you know how to create the custom formula, then you can just use this. Otherwise, just wait for Chris. I'll give you the link to get into YouTube in about a little less than half an hour. You'll be in there, and you can actually dump those into your account if you want as custom formulas. Okay. Would mind a Zcar short, but I bet that most don't have any shares available. All right, I'm just going to wait on this GJT to see if it takes out 40 again. Next, there you go. Put a price alert just over 40 again. Meanwhile, Zcar approaching 10, guys, approaching 10. And on the daily, there is still a little bit of room left. $11 is the next high. Captain, I have a feeling like this is it's an active trading room. I mean, all we're doing is looking for stocks that are moving. I mean, the consensus being long or short is just, we just got to trade what we see. Should this be up, whatever it is right now, 138%? No. But, we're just looking at this chart and trying to figure out a way. I have not traded it, but, some have. I mean, at some point, sure. I mean, I would expect this to have, a big drop. But I wouldn't say the consensus. I mean, right now, I mean, yeah, I've taken out 12 right now or 10 right now. The next high, I mean, there's the next high. Could it get to 11? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, most of these just turn out to be one-day wonders. Oh, this is the one maybe I was thinking of. I might have been thinking about this one, guys. So there's the next high, excuse me, the next high looking left. That red line you see is actually the next high. If I expanded this daily chart out, the next high is around 1012. So maybe this is the one I was thinking about that could stall right there. Now, if it takes it out, then all bets are off. It did hit in the pre-market. It did get up to 1031. I mean, it's right there. I mean that high is right there. And it's an earnings play. So, I mean, it could easily get through this. I mean, there's still the enthusiasm for it. 6 million have traded, 11 times normal. Ooh, now this one's got some room, guys. VCSA. Now it's obviously extended right now. Let's see if it can rest here though. This has earnings a couple days from now. Not that this is an earnings play. Let's see if there's any news on this one. But the bottom line is when you look left on the weekly chart, almost $4. Okay. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that is the next high on the weekly chart. And it's just taken again, though, just not a lot of volume. 116,000 shares. That's 5.7 times normal. Just not a lot of volume. Really? Fidelity has Z car shorts? Hmm, interesting. Go ahead. Go ahead, John. You first. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So Peo now is above that high I was looking at. So now, looking at it on a monthly chart, where could it go? Not quite a lifetime high, but it's it's just inching its way up. And it's a big float, so you wouldn't expect it to be too volatile. I'm talking about the PAYO. Well, I missed it. I was trying to get it at 1016, but it has just moved on me now. So, um, again, let's take a look on the monthly chart. I don't know how far back I've got to go before we see those highs. Looks like a long ways. We're back in 22 now. Now, right there, that is the next high. That's actually the next high on a daily chart. 1084. This has got some room now. I'm talking about the PAYO, PAYO. Got some room. That's the next high. I know it's the next high in the monthly, but that's also a daily high in that month. So, oh, VCAR, not ZCAR. Okay. Yeah. So, Mark, my advice and something like that, is this is what I do. If I've had a pretty good day, especially early, then what I tend to do is look at the payo. Shoot. Um, what I tend to do is just reduce my risk. Okay. So if I'm risking 500 share or $500 a trade and I've done well, then typically what I do, and I don't want to give it back, maybe I reduce it. I'm just making these numbers up. Okay. Maybe what I do is, like risk $100 a trade going forward, or maybe stop. But I definitely reduce my risk. Meanwhile, Zcar right here, $11. So if you're really, liberal, not well, less conservative, Zcar right there, 929. Okay. And might say, well, wait a minute, it was already up so much, but so what? 929, $11 now. Yeah, Mister in our YouTube room. Yeah, I've been doing that forever. If I nothing worse than having, getting out to a great start, having a great trade, and then giving it all back. Especially when you think somehow you're not infallible, but you feel I'm on a roll. I'm just going to keep this up. It's my lucky day. And, all right, guys, hymns, hymns. Okay, HIMS. This is just made a high. Okay, it is. It's positive now. Had earnings. Okay, the next high looking left. is way far, far enough away, I should say. 23.55. So say $1.40 or so away. Okay. So HIMS, definitely, I think this is an interesting looking one. Not as interesting as Zcar, but still, it has uh, it has a look about it. Well, it depends on the type of trade, Anton. I mean, it's one of these. If I were in Zcar, as an example, okay, well, I'm probably going to take, on a very quick pop because of the low float. I will probably take some off almost immediately. How much, I don't know. And it's not like I'm taking 50%, a third, 25%. A lot of it is kind of feel, okay? But if I'm in something that is a little less volatile, I'll probably just let it run for a lot longer if I can. The minute we start to get, because you're usually not getting a quick pop. A lot of times, what you can do is start thinking in terms of risk reward. Okay, and so remember, for me, I won't take a trade unless I can get at least in theory, based on the chart, at least a 1 for 2 risk reward. So if my stop was 10 cents away and I look at a chart, and if I don't see any resistance, if I see resistance, say 15 cents away, I'm not going to take or resistance, the next high, I'm not going to take the trade. I'm not going to risk 10 cents to try to make 15. But if I look and the next high is like 40 cents away, well, I'll risk 10 cents in trying to maybe make 40. Yes. But if we get to the 1 for 2, so let's just say I'm risking 10 cents and I'm up 20 cents in the trade. Just trying to make the math easy. And it gets above that 20 cents. And now I'm up to 25 cents. But then it comes back down to the 20 cents. I'll probably take some off. Okay. That's the way I look at it. So I look at it in terms of all the different risk reward multiples along the way. But everybody is different. I know Steve, for instance. Some will look at. I know William, and probably looks at. I think the eight EMA on a 5 minute chart. Okay, so as long as it holds that, he won't take. He'll keep in a trade, or some will. I shouldn't say William, but some will. Steve Gomez looks at a 10 SMA on a 15 minute chart. So there's all sorts of different ways. I mean, you have to have there's no right or wrong, but I have to admit, I'm a little bit more of a field player. Yeah, Zcar wants what it wants. I mean, look on a monthly chart now. 1448, 1448. As you hear why I want to get rid of YouTube. Sorry, YouTubers, but I'm going to give you my homepage again. Oops, not that one. Because I'm pretty sure this is the last week I'm going to be in YouTube. Okay. So I would encourage you to come to the main room. All you have to do is click on my homepage, and then at the very top, there's the trading room. It'll say trading room. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm still watching the HIMS now. Now that it's pulled back down to 22, it may not be yeah, it may not be what I want anymore. Yeah, I thought it would hold 22 a lot better. So what did I say? I said 14, right? Not in this one, not in it. Just, 1448, that was the next high on the monthly chart. But of course, if you look at the daily chart, you can see some little highs on the way up to that level. All right, guys, 11:51. So Chris sometimes shows up a little bit earlier than noon. So what I'm going to do now is I will put my announcement up here, but I'll also put the link to get into YouTube so you guys can head over and listen to Chris while I take my break. I'll be off between 12 and 1. So this is the link to get into our YouTube room. So nothing will change in that regard next week if I'm not going to stream into YouTube. I will put the link to get into YouTube for the 12 to 1 session. That's what originally that's what it was all about, to have a 12 to 1 session. Now I'll put my announcement up here. Okay, so of course I'm waiting for Chris to show up. So now this one, guys, this could be the next one. Okay, we're in sort of that low float mania again. INHD, probably no news whatsoever, hardly any volume. Oh, it did resume though. Okay, never mind. I thought maybe it had. I didn't realize it resumed. So the volume is still putrid. Only 59,000 shares. I thought maybe it would have exploded after it got out of the halt, because now traders are going to be looking for, okay, I miss Zcar. What could be another one? In some group somewhere, maybe just getting a hold of this INHD and saying, let's do this one, another low floater, but there's no volume yet. But we saw this one. I mean, a few months ago, this got up to $10. Okay, Captain, thank you. Payo. Another new high, guys. Payo, another new high. PAYO. So, Hot Rod, are you around still? Because if you are, and you head over to YouTube, Chris will actually drop those filters in for you if you want into your account if you're still around. Oh, Peo, good one. Well, hopefully some of you took it. I mean, all I had to do was just break that 10:12. Okay. Now, did I know it was going to go to 10:33? No, I was trying to get it at 10:16 and I just missed it.
How could you?
There you are. Okay, Chris is in our room. I got the music too loud, Chris. Okay, guys. So Chris is in the YouTube room now. I've put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Chris. He'll be there until about 1 o'clock. I'm putting myself on mute in the main room. So we'll see you guys in about 1 hour. I will now stop my music. So now I can actually hear you. And where's my music? Stop. Okay.
Perfect.
Good morning, Chris, and thank you for the. I don't know if the guy is still around. I said that if he's still around, you might drop it into his account, but I think he might. Maybe he has an idea about how to create a custom formula. So, but thank you for the R3 and S3 formulas.
I can only take credit for the fact I know how to search old chats and steal from people that are smarter than me. That's the credit I can take.
Well, it's just, I mean, I don't use pivot points at all, but I do know it's our relations to what yesterday's high, low, close, and all that.
Yeah.
And yes, and then you just establish relationships.
Essentially, yeah. Like I said, I definitely did not write those, but I do know they work.
All right. What trade ideas do you guys have for elections? Something that might go up 30% or more. Sorry. That is somebody in our main room asking the question, but I'm on mute, so he.
I'm sure William or Real would love to answer that one.
Yes. So, okay, Chris, thank you so much. And now I'm serious. This might be the last week I stream into YouTube. So now you guys, of course, will still do your thing between 12 and 1. But yeah, when I turn off the StreamYard, computer just. It's, don't even hear it. So it is definitely StreamYard. I'm not going to.
Yeah, I mean, people try to tell me that it's all, on their server side and stuff like that. I know that's not true. So,
yeah. Okay.
Proof's in the pudding.
Yep. See you in a bit.
See you in an hour, Barry.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Alrighty, everybody. As Barry makes his way to his break. Happy Tuesday to everybody. Still got to get used to saying that with Michael and I making that switch where he's doing Mondays, I'm doing Tuesdays for the time being here. But all the same, hopefully you're having a good start to the week between yesterday and today. Make it to the middle tomorrow. Round it out the days after that. So as per usual, this is open forum. I don't have any pre-done content. If you folks have any questions, please fire those in for me. Cannot answer the questions that are not asked. I wouldn't go as far as to say, as well as I always do, oftentimes questions you have are similar or exactly the same as questions other folks have. So get them out there, right? Don't be shy about this stuff. It's how everybody learns and grows and that kind of community vibe. And it helps us in support be able to direct where you need to go for your experience with the software to better yourself and better your trading with the software in that direction. So again, with that said, floor is open. Fire those questions in for me. Of course, if you're all going to kind of give me the silent treatment, do my best to keep it informative relative to the platform and some charts. So with all that said, I guess, well, I got to start somewhere, right? No questions are coming in. So as is my usual way to do this, we'll start in my relative strength on the open race here and go in the top 10s. Z-Car is about to win this race. It is the last to win a race, and it has won the most races. We can see it's been a pretty wild ride on this stock. 669,000 in the float. So it's a mini float here. It's having itself a day for whatever reason. Perhaps a reverse split's involved in this. I don't know. I definitely reverse split. I have no doubt about that, given that lifetime high. I don't know when that reverse split was. Not that I really care either. You can see that this thing's wildly volatile. I mean, halting early on in the day here, both halting up, and it looks like it's halted down. someone might say, well, how do you know it halted in those? Well, you don't usually see gaps in intraday charts like this without a halt. That's very rare. All those kinds of things like that. So, this is going to be one of those ones you don't take a position in and just walk away. And I would go as far as to say, it's really trading on its own. While the market is up and mostly moving up over the balance of the entire day, quite a bit of chop over the last few hours. All the same, this is really moving on its own. Look at an area like this where it may find itself some trouble. I guess won't hurt. It's also at that $12 level too, where we know whole numbers certainly play a role. So, and again, folks, if you got questions, please throw those in here for me. We'll move down the list. ORKT. This thing got beat up quite a bit. Whatever happened there. Found a floor here just under $2. And it's getting a little bit of recovery today. I mean, that is quite a gap. If it could ever get into that vacuum and really start to fill it, would be interesting. But I mean, there is a reason why this thing dropped off the face of the planet. So I don't imagine that reason has dissipated in less than a month, but you never know. Looks like a newer issue on the stock. We don't have really much data on it, to be honest. So I don't have a whole lot to comment other than this chart here, and it's some kind of cloud technology, it looks like. Nevertheless, decent liquidity in it, although it looks like volume's dried up a bit here at this point. Maybe something you want to look at for later on. I do think that, you got some battles here if you were really looking at this thing. You've got this area seems to have been a little tough for it. Now it's below the VWAP, and then you got $3 in the high day looming above you. So, personally, I don't think it's setting up anything really great there, but one never knows. ZVSA, I saw this early on, putting a good move in right off the bat. It's really just faded since then, those topping and bottoming shadows, and pulling underneath here. These moving averages, the VWAP under 250, under $3. And anybody that's been around long enough knows that I'll say that often stocks have personality. Not all, but it happens when we see some topping shadows going on throughout here a little bit. It seems to be kind of the MO of this stock more than less. And again, you write it off. I don't know. What does your trading plan tell you? If you don't have a trading plan, then it's written off without a question, because you can't or you shouldn't trade without a trading plan. This thing could explode again, 1 million in the float. But again, things that I'm looking at, 250 looks like it might be a problem. The VWAP, $3 high of the day. So, these are all things you're going to have to fight with here while deciding, well, if I'm wrong, where am I wrong? And below this low of the day, you have potential to be wrong below $2 a share, which is not a great risk reward scenario. So just my 2 cents. Notice a lot of guys using anchored VWAP. Do you use it? Nope, don't use it. I find it interesting. I certainly think it has a lot of relevance. Those that formulate trading, legit trading plans around it seem to have good success. Just isn't my cup of tea is all. Only for the reason of I was late to the game of VWAP, meaning I started forming my own trading plans before I really got to know Brian Shannon and anchored VWAP and all that. I do like the VWAP for my intraday trading, but just the VWAP itself, not necessarily anchored from anywhere else. But I think without a question, price has memory because people have memory, right? And price that has significant volume or has volume significance involved in it certainly is going to be remembered by folks and computers and all that. So something like, for example, this ZVSA, that's probably not a great one. Let's bring this out. Let's bring out the old SPY. So, to me, I would find something like this point way down here, the low of the year, to be interesting. That if the sellers could drive us down, that would be a point I'd be looking at for some support. And just, it's a very logical place. That's all. So long story long, as always with me, I like Anchored VWAP. I 100% get it. I just don't necessarily look at it for my own stuff. But I'm also of the mindset that whatever the indicator is that someone's using, if it's working, it's valid, it's relevant. I've seen people come in and ask for all kinds of different indicators and things like that I've never even relatively heard of. I'm always curious where they start. They always come in groups too. It's interesting. I always find, someone comes in and asks about, recently there's been a lot of questions about extensions of ATRs. And when I say groups, I mean, I've probably seen 20 people in the last 15 days ask about that. That's not a coincidence. So someone out there is showcasing it, that they're using it successfully, or they're lying about using it successfully, and they've got people interested in it. So if it works, by all means, get out there, and if you're looking for something, test it. So sorry, always a long story long with me. We'll slide back down into these here. So LICY has moved up the board and pushed a few others down. Is this a battery company? Yeah, lithium ion. Yeah, I thought this was a battery company. Yeah, the daily chart doesn't look like anything special, but having itself a day here today with the relative volume and liquidity. Volume stayed pretty consistent throughout the day here as well. So it'll be something to keep an eye on. Let's continue that uptrend. Came back, tested this 350. It's tough. It's a $3 and change stock is already up 32%. 88 cents right now. It's hard to chase something like that at this point. But I've seen stranger things happen with stocks just continuing to take off. But let's see what we look like for support and resistance. Looking left here. This is an area that it wouldn't surprise me if it stalled out. And to answer the question, Chris, why would it not surprise you if it stalled out here? Well, that's a great question. Thanks for asking, everyone. The reason is price has memory, because people have memory. And we can see here, and here, and here, and here, that price has really enjoyed hanging around this area as both support and resistance. And I would bet if we scroll and look at that, ain't that something, folks? All of this area here as well, on top of this and this. So price has memory, people have memory. These things combine to create support and resistance. And so this doesn't seem like an unreasonable spot to stall out. But if somehow it got through here and the interest came back in it, you are looking at a little bit more of a move that could possibly happen. So that might be something to keep an eye on. And again, anybody with any questions, don't be shy. Put those in here. I prefer to answer your questions at just kind of monotone drone on to bore everybody here. So all right, we looked at ZCAR, we looked at LIC. We looked at ORKT, right? That was one. Yep, that was the one that gapped down. We looked at ZBSA. We looked at all of that. SLQT. I haven't seen this chart today. I've seen some of the other ones I looked at. Oh, interesting, Very small price stock, decent size float, 151 million, almost 152 million in that float. I would say that, looking left here, you got through this area. We got a little bit of room to move up there, but we can see it stalled the last few days. Earnings are behind it, so that catalyst is out there. Slightly positive reaction to earnings, regardless of whatever the earnings were. But, stalled out where it stalled out the other day during earnings, and close enough to this area here too. And it just looks like an area that price seems to be fond of for the moment. So, I'd also say this, you had the volume dry up, come back, but not come back as much and dry up, and then come back and not come back as much and continue to dry up. So, when you've got a low price stock like this, the interest isn't really there and that floats that high. It's kind of hard to look at it for another setup on the day trade today. Not saying it won't happen, just saying not likely in my eyes. GOGO, go. Another one. Why don't we just go right ahead and draw this line? And as I'm getting ready to draw it, $9. No happy accident there. I'm sure of that. We scroll back again. It's no happy accident. Well, look, I got a line from way back when in there. Let's get rid of that. No need to have that there. Yeah, I mean, look how much time it has spent here at this spot. So, yeah, 35%, $2.33 up, or sorry, almost 36%, 35.75%, $2.33. That's a hefty move that it's already made. Yes, a lot of that move was made on the gap up here. It is really kind of fought around here. So, I don't know how much juice it's got left in the tank. And let's not forget there's likely to be some, what's the word I'm looking for? Phrase I'm looking to use. The election's going on today. And so there's likely to be interest drying up in the overall market today. Yes, you're going to have your folks that are out here pushing and shoving the buttons, especially on the day trading side, like any other day. But on this day, we're likely to see a lot of that taper off earlier on in the day. People have, whatever plans that they have based on it being the election day today. And you can be sure that, there's no big institutional moves being made right now or anything like that. Not that it would affect a chart like this. I don't think there's any big institutions really looking at this chart specifically, but just the overall market and generally. And, it's one of those things that even if your stock is alpha to the market, it never hurts to have the market on your side. Rising tide lifts all boats kind of thing. So, while the markets continue to drift up, it's doing it, it's not doing it on the most amount of volume. And, that's been the theme the last several days coming into today. So just be aware, if you're trying to enter a position, think about how much has it moved? What's the potential left in the tank at this point? GOGO would really be, GOGO would really be one of those that I'd be looking at. CONL, like this is coin. What the heck is that thing? Coin, right? Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So this is mimicking Coinbase. I was 99% sure. So CONL. It's a smaller priced way to play Coinbase, but it does move 2x what Coinbase moves, right? So, Coinbase moves a penny, this moves 2 pennies type of thing. Or I should say Coinbase moves 1%, this moves 2% type of thing. As you can see here, it's leveraged 2x long. Oops, but I could highlight that there. Long term, not looking awesome in the recent months. But, has it found itself a base? Possible. I think there's some cryptos been getting perky again. I don't really follow much in the crypto world, to be honest. Nothing against it. But, there's only so much bandwidth I've got for assets. This is pretty significant looking back at this level here, that if it were able to hold this level, you got some good places to be building off of this level, this $20 level on this here, which I think it would coincide with, I don't know, whatever level that's going to be on Coinbase itself. I mean, we can bring up that chart. Let's just do that for fun, right? Let's look at coin itself. Let's go to the OG. So not quite exactly the same, but let's go ahead and let's draw this line here because I just want to see how this looks. Hard to visualize till it's there. So, that CONL chart was a little cleaner on what I was looking at for a setup here, to be honest. And I say a little cleaner, right? And I actually mean a lot cleaner. Those would be more where I'm trying to look at. But, you got 200 here. And if you got through 200, you got this gap here to here. So, interesting. I don't like this chart, and I like the other one much better. I don't like the risk reward that sets up here, but this risk reward here I feel much differently about. And someone would say, why, Chris? I'd say, that's a great question. Let me illustrate why. Look at this right here. We've got, just looking at this chart here, right? Now, what I understand is that this has decay and all that because it's an ETF and it's not the stock. So unfortunately, this is not going to translate to this chart long term. But if this were any chart that was not an ETF, this would be something to consider. I'm not a bottom fisher by any stretch of anyone's imagination. In fact, I don't like bottom fishing at all. But what I would note is this. Below here, we got a long ways to go. So we know where risk is. We're risking at that $20 level. But we've got all this room up to here, right? Near to $40. We got near $13 move versus $7 move to the downside here. So that presents not too shabby of a risk reward scenario had this been any other chart, or not any other, had it been a chart that's not a leveraged ETF. Because remember, there's decay and all that stuff like that. If you don't understand what that means, just a simple web search will get you some answers. But essentially, these charts get reset now and again to the price of the underlying asset that they track, in this case, Coinbase. So anyways, CONL, thought, well, that was interesting to look at nonetheless. All right, we've got all that. We got all of that. Palantir hit 51 on earnings today. Yeah, CIA must be thrilled. I'm just teasing. I saw someone post that on Twitter earlier. I didn't really know what it meant, but I guess it's some kind of AI company that has a bunch of government contracts, if I understand correctly. I didn't really do a lot of research, so I don't know. I just thought it was funny that someone posted that on Twitter. Anyways, yeah, I traded Palantir a bunch of times. I've day traded, I swing traded it a few times. Won some, lost some. Interesting here. Yeah, there's a base. It just collapsed after that base. And then really went on a tear. It's been on a pretty good move since. Some consolidation, a pop, pullback consolidation. And clearly very positive reaction to the earnings. So things got momentum on its side without any question. How much longer does it have it on its side for? Hey, you never know. These things can go. Let's get a weekly chart here. Okay, so it's taken out its lifetime high by a good chunk now too. That's an interesting looking chart, and I do like lifetime highs, I gotta say. I do like lifetime highs. I'm going to see what this does over the next few days here. Palantir, yeah, it's a good looking mark. It's a good looking chart on multiple time frames, I feel like. And, I know it's subjective, beauty's in the eye of the chart holder, all that, but I think there's other folks that are much more tenured and smarter than me than this that also feel like it's a good looking chart there. That is not to say run out and buy it right now. Never, ever would I say something like that. Literally ever. KXIN. So this is moving up the slope here. Some big volume has come into it now. Looks like it's Chinese stock, under 1 million float, so micro float. And this thing is just all over the place. Big spread. Yeah, that's a tough one right there. That's a real tough one. But there it is. I don't know how much you can make of, looking back in time here at this point. You got a lifetime high of 12,000. So this thing is reverse split at least once, if not twice, right? So, I'd be playing whole numbers and intraday support and resistances and following moving averages and things like that. I don't think there's a lot for you obtain knowledge wise or support resistance wise, highs and lows wise, looking left into the daily chart on this one here. Also one of those ones you want to be careful because it's got this small float, and like volume comes in out of nowhere and then all of a sudden it's gone. You don't want to be the last one holding that bag. I am sure of that. Okay, we've gone through those. VME. Oh, I was looking at this morning, but they just didn't set up a risk reward that I was comfortable with. It's all-time highs. No, not all-time highs. Okay. Chart wasn't responding to me, so it made it look for 1 second like couldn't go back. So it's way off all-time highs. I could have just looked here, right, Chris? Duh. $52. So it's way under an all-time high. Been down here in the basement for a long time. Clearly earnings and a positive reaction to those earnings. And I have to see where it goes from here. Again, I'd say election day, $7 resistance, things up 41.33%, good for $2. Ask yourself, how much more juice is left in that tank, right? I wouldn't kill anybody, set a price alert at $7, track it if it gets through it. Where do you think it could go from there type of thing? But just one of those ones, again, for any of these, I'd just be mindful of what today is and your risk allocation. So VMOA, VXL, last but not least on the list here. We can see clearly I've looked at this in the past. I have so many old lines from the years that have just saved stuff. Daily chart wise, clearly bottom, some higher lows, some higher highs now. Let's finish up this gap, see if it can do that. Not a small float, not a large float. Pharmaceuticals, so you got to be careful with these things too. Always got to be careful with that. Okay, liquidity, decent volume, good size short float. And based on the trading of it, it would take nearly 13 days to cover all the short positions at the average trading it does per day. So it's all interesting stuff there. I don't think it amounts to a whole lot, to be honest. But I just find these numbers interesting because I'm a nerd like that. $8. Again, whole number theme, a whole bunch here for us today. Volume kind of faded. Little pop there. Let's see what happens for the rest of the day. It's not made any like insane move today, but I would say, it was down here a week before last. And so it's made, $2 and change, $2.50 move, give or take. Went $2 and $3 move, give or take, over, a week plus of trading. So it's a sizable move. So I would just keep that in mind. Again, how much juice is left in the tank. I guess that rounds out the top 10. It's a little quicker than I anticipated. So again, anybody with questions, please go ahead and fire them in for me, right? That's what I'm here for. I'd like to get those questions answered if you got them. Make sure that you are getting the most out of the software that you can. And of course, if there are no questions coming in, I guess we can dive around the market a little bit. There's a whole lot else for us to do at this point. So, all right. Let's start with the IWM. We always start with SPY. We usually end with the IWM. Let's go in reverse today. So I think that this is a nice chart to look at right now. Now, I'm going to say all these things, but before I say all these things, please remember There are individual stocks in the US stock market that are worth more than every stock in the IWM put together, probably times 2. So let's just keep things in perspective when I'm talking about the IWM, its price action, and the overall impact on the whole stock market. Said several times in the past, I feel like the IWM can be a good indicator of risk on, risk off. And what do I mean by that? What I mean is that when more people, when more investors, more institutions are involved in the IWM and it's moving up, you're likely to see your positions gyrate a little bit less and your winners run a little bit more. When you're not seeing that, you may need to, you're going to find more chop in the market overall, likely, and you're going to find that you're going to want to close positions a little sooner and then reevaluate an entry at another point of those positions. When people believe in the small caps, it means they're putting money to work where money isn't necessarily proven to work in certain stocks versus value when we're seeing the big caps go, right? A much different picture. But we do not need the small caps to go for the market to go, right? It doesn't have to happen. We had a bear market start, I don't know, the end of 2022. We had a bear market start somewhere in here. Excuse me, a bull market. Sorry. Please forgive me. We had a bull market start somewhere here for the overall stock market. And we can clearly see that this went nowhere in that first year of the bull market, right? Now, the second year of the bull market, we had the IWM participate, right? But that whole first year of the bull market, because we had a bear market in 2022, right? Beginning of 2022, we had a bear market happen. Or excuse me, 2021. Getting all my things messed up here. Please forgive me. So let's, keep these things in perspective that we do not need the IWM to have a bull market. It helps. It helps a lot. All right. Now, when I said this is a nice chart, we can see this line has some pretty big significance. And we now have spent a significant amount of time overall above it. We pierced down below it a few times, but it's spent more time above it than below it over the recent months. From sometime at the end of the spring through the summer and into this fall. We still got a month plus of fall left technically. And so I think that's important to note that that's gone on. I would also love to note we're stalling out another pretty significant area right here. And we can even go back to a weekly look. All right. And we can see how significant those two areas are. So it's a tale of a lot of ranges right now, right? We had this range here that happened for all that time. We're back in that range here, right? We get above this range, we could take a shot at all-time highs again in this. Let's not forget, though, how much time we spent down in this range, way down here. That was a much bigger range overall. So one could say that this is coiling its energy here. The question is, does it coil and release this way or this way, right? And it continued to coil for a while, right? It'll stay pent up. Has to move somewhere at some point, though. Where will it go? $1 million question. Or is it $1 billion question? I don't know. Anywho, we start with the IWM. Again, anybody with questions, please. I'd love to answer questions if you folks have them. I don't mind doing this, obviously, but I just feel you're all probably better served with the questions you have. Anyways, let's move on to ZDOW. And as I like to do, let's draw a line. Let's draw it down here at this recent area we're playing around with. And again, it seems like some logical areas to be sitting and waiting for the next hat tip that we need, that will be needed move the market in one direction or the other. I think we've got some good levels here to look at. It's always fun when they line up with whole numbers here. People like to make fun of that, but that's fine. Technical analysis and subjectiveness and all that fun stuff like that. So there is that. But nevertheless, Dow is sitting up here, not far off all-time highs, looking fairly strong overall. That doesn't mean we don't throw caution to the wind. Pay attention to this area right here. We could see a sell-off happen. It's as likely as any other scenario. We'll move on to the SPY. Or we won't. Yes, there we go. The anchored view map's still there. That's something. Okay, well, anyways, I'll do this here now. Again, a fairly significant area for the SPY right in here. Since the anchored VWAP stayed there from when I put it on earlier, I wouldn't be surprised if it did something like that. Rubber and road kind of met somewhere in here. Again, we are not far from all-time highs. Looking at these prices here, certainly bear cases to be made. Chopping around like this, and a little sell-off. I get it. Not much has changed as far as, the macro view. Government continues to revise numbers all the time. So this isn't like it's something new. It's not like, it just started in the last few years. It started, God knows how long ago. So just let the price dictate let the price dictate what we're thinking here. We'll not get caught up in all the other narratives and things like that. It's an important area. Defending this area for the bulls is really important. Breaking down this area for the bears is equally as important. For those that may be asking themselves, are you a bull or a bear, Chris? I lean bullish because I think bull markets are more fun. I also lean bullish because you think about all the people we know out there, and some of us may be those people too, have retirements and 401ks or college funds and things of that nature. Yes, bear markets happen, corrections happen, sell-offs happen, recessions happen. They're all part of a cycle that will continue to go on for as long as this whole merry-go-round goes. But, it's never fun to see people get hurt and lose money and things like that. It happens. It's part of it, right? But I'd rather not see that happen to people, of course. And I'd rather not see it happen to me. And also, let's not kid ourselves, or I'm not going to kid myself. My trading goes much better in bull markets than it does in bear markets. Just that simple. So I'd rather set myself up for success than set myself up for failure. And I get, all the arguments people make with, inflation and all these things like that, bear market cases and bear cases. But the narrative is not something I really want to get caught up in. Curious thought on Amazon holiday season move possible. I always find it interesting. I think some of that stuff myself a lot too. AMZN, let's bring it up. Bring up the chart. How far out are things being priced in is what I always start to think to myself. So Jeff Bezos did an interview, I don't know, was it 3 years ago? Was it 10 years ago? I have no idea how long ago it was. It wasn't in the last year or two though. And, in the interview, they're like, oh, congratulations on, such a great quarter or whatever. And he was like, eh. And they're like, well, what? He's like, that quarter was already baked into our number 2 years ago. We're 2-3 years out thinking. I'm paraphrasing some of this, so don't crucify me if I get this all wrong. But essentially what he was saying is that we're thinking way ahead. We're not thinking now, yeah, this was successful because of what we had done prior. So I ask myself, how far are other people baking in numbers to Amazon, right? I have no way. I don't know. Obviously, I don't know. If I did, I'd be making all kinds of crazy money on the stock of Amazon, which for full disclosure purposes, I've never traded Amazon. So, to me, it doesn't seem unreasonable if someone believes it's going to be a great holiday season for Amazon to maybe start to build some kind of position in there. It doesn't seem unreasonable, but you're going to want to have, again, I think you're going to want to have more of a reason than just that fundamental view on it, because how many times have we seen a company come out, blow the doors off earnings and everything is great and the company sells off afterwards, right? And how many times have we seen a company come in and they completely just, earnings are down and guidance isn't good and blah, 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 and the stock still continues to move up afterwards. So, logic and reason aren't always at the forefront of fundamental stuff. So it becomes one of those things. I like the saying, the fundamentals tell me what to buy, the technicals tell me when to buy. I think that could be something that applies to here. If you thought there's a strong fundamental case here, all right, well, we're interested in it because of a strong fundamental case and a belief that that strong fundamental case continues. And the technicals are going to tell me these are the areas where I need to take action and which actions I'm taking. So yeah, that's long story long as always. More than less what I'm thinking there. Hope the weekly looks cup and handling. Pull up a weekly here. Yeah, I can see that. I can see cup and handle going on there. I'd also say this, just kind of marching on higher highs and higher lows for a long time now. When we're breaking down like a weekly like that, that's the type of thing you got to be real patient on those setups and real patient once you enter the trade. There's no 5-minute charts in your 15, 60-minute charts, even 4-hour charts. There's none of that when you're thinking weekly. You're thinking weekly and daily candlesticks at that point. So I can see that. We'll finish going around the market here. And again, any questions, don't be afraid. Throw them right in there. So last but not least, going through the overall market, the Qs. Now, one thing I would like to note is that the Qs actually had looked for a while the worst of the bunch of the main three, the diamonds, the Qs, and the SPYs. They sold off more. They recovered less each time. So I found that interesting. But here now, you've kind of caught up, and then we're kind of looking more than less even across the board here. Q still haven't made a new all-time high since back in the summer, very beginning of the summer, as a matter of fact. So, that's worth noting where other parts of the market have been making all-time highs. Certainly an interesting level in here. And we pulled back to and having a slight bounce off of. Really, really, really close to all-time highs there. So all these things remain resilient. Now look, I said it last week. Last week I said we're clearly in a bull market, and on Tuesday of last week I said that is not going to change today. That was Tuesday of last week. That meaning that. And I said, and that wouldn't change during that week, meaning that we would not have such a sell-off last week that we enter a bear market. Outside of, God forbid, the worst scenarios that we could think of on the planet. And well, there's no predicting that. I'd be comfortable to say that again here. whatever happens in the election tonight, whatever the reaction is to it, could it lead to a significant sell-off? Sure, why not? It happens. But what I would say is if you've done the work and the research out there, you would see that there's generally just short-term volatility in the market, and the overall market cares much, much, much less about who's in the Oval Office versus who's in Congress, actually, because Congress has a lot more influence on money and money supply and influence and things like that. I shouldn't say money supply, how the money supply is allocated, because Treasury and the Fed handle money supply and appointments, blah blah blah. Let's not get down all these rabbit holes. My point being is that regardless of who wins this election, history shows us that there's usually some short-term gyrations, and the market kind of cares not a whole lot about who's sitting in that Oval Office within a few weeks. That's what history generally shows. What will happen this time, I don't have a clue. Ain't got a clue. But we try to set ourselves up for the best possible scenarios with risk management. And if cycles are part of your risk management, then you'd likely know those things that I just said. So let's do, I guess, no real questions coming in still here. Let's move on to sector analysis on these ETFs. I just brought it over. Let's sort it by position and range on the year. Let's start with the losers. Yeah, whatever happens, I won't be surprised by it unless we have like a literal 15% sell-off in like 5 days or something like that all across the broad market. That would surprise me. But we've sold off another 3, 4, 5% over the next week, 6%, 7% even. I wouldn't be shocked. It wouldn't shock me. Then again, having lived through the financial crisis and COVID, I guess there's little that will shock me at this point. So there's that too. Anyways, with that said, let's start with the laggards. Man, all right. Anybody else see what I see here on this real fast before I go through this list? I've got this sorted on the worst performing sectors of this year to the best performing sectors of this year. There is very little in the green, in the red here, right? Very little. I mean, that is something. That is something. I don't. What do you even say to that? So, anyways, natural gas. I mean, I think it's possibly more punished than natural gas polls. Your IYT, that's going to be transportation here. This is tough because this is what I talked about with decay, where things get reset. So either way, yeah, this shouldn't even be like that at all. As a matter of fact, like at all. This is really kind of messing up what I'm doing here. I don't even know what to say to this. Transportation is strong, actually. So we can take one of those reds away. Anywho, we can just slide right over that. Your oil services are not strong. And, this kind of brings forward a bit of a disconnect overall with energy, because you got natural gas and oil services that look absolutely horrifically bad. Yet, we look at the XLE, it doesn't look as bad as the rest. I'm not saying it looks good by any stretch of anyone's imagination. But what I am saying is that, from where we've been over the last few years, it's not exactly terrible. Just not having itself a year this year again. Really stuck in the mud. weed stocks. I don't even know what to say. If any, I can't imagine any pot bowls exist left in this market. If you do, if you are one, I don't know what the thesis is at this point, but this thing is just, what do you even say to a chart like that for so long too? There's going to be dry goods moving around as far as transportation goes. This thing hasn't really looked good for a long time in general anyways. Your XOP is your exploration of natural gas and oil here. And this doesn't look as good as the XLE. It looks kind of closer to oil services. Just a very, very messy, choppy chart. Very, very messy and choppy here. It had this beautiful run and a sell-off, and it just hasn't, a lot of false starts going on here. A lot of false starts going on here. It just kind of continues. So, I'm going to color code those. I'm not sure if you can, because yeah, hold on. Let me pull up my halt resume scan, because you can't color code the alert itself, I don't think. Because alerts are color coded based on blue, green, and red. All right. So blue means neutral, red is bearish, and green is bullish. Like we come to the configure here. Maybe you can't. Hold on. Okay, so that is all right. That's the color coding in that there. So forgive me for a second. Let me go over what I mean by that blue, green, red. All right. So you see how new highs are green, new lows are red. And then if we scroll down, let's see if we can get one to line up. You got offer stepping down. It's blue, it's neutral. These consolidation volume spikes, those are all blue and neutral. It's got a blue background here. Properties, colors. It's already selected like that, but why is it blue in the background? I'm just seeing what can be done here, because I don't mess with colors too much. There's that. Yeah, you can't change that based on the type. Like we can change columns here, like custom color for the column. We can do that. We can't change the actual halt and resume there. So, you just got to have that type up and see how it says halt and resume and pull up it as a history here. So you can have that there. But there's no way to change it. There's no way to change it based on if it was a halt or resume, that background color like that. Sorry. Try something here. Seeing if I can find you a workaround on that. I don't know who Stock Rocks is, so I'm not sure what they've done there. All right, so change that to green on the background, but how would I changed it for all of them? Yeah, they're independent, whatever. They're probably an affiliate, like a sales affiliate, but no direct affiliation with us. They don't work for Trade Ideas. Let's see here. Red. No, that changed the whole thing again. What the heck did they do? Bullish, 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 bearish, bullish. Do me this favor, because I'm going to mess around with this and see if I can figure out how to do this for you, figure out what they did and how they did it for you. I have to reverse engineer. Shoot me an email to info@trade-ideas.com. If I can type, that would probably be good, right? Info@trade-ideas.com. Shoot me an email there and just say, hey, Chris, it was me from the YouTube channel. You might be able to still help me with the coloring of the halt resume, whatever you got to put in there, and I'll see what we can get going here for you. I'm sure there's probably something I can figure out. It just take me a hot minute there to get it. So thank you for your patience, and I'll get you something. I think I will. I'm confident in it. All right. Okay. So I'm going to quit messing around with that for the time being here, because it's going to take me a hot second. You got it. And thanks for your patience on it. I'll do some research. I don't do a ton with colors. I've got all the basics down. Like if we want to change columns, custom colors on columns, and topless colors can get a little tricky here with how it's done based on the color sort and ordering sort and things like that. The numbers on it. All that kind of stuff I've got down, but changing on the alert background like that. I wonder if he's using a multi-strategy window that he did that with. I'll bet that's what he did. I'll go back. I'm going to go look at his channel. I bet that's what he did. All right. So I'm going to wrap this up here in a minute here. Who the heck had airlines as the top performer of the year? I know I wouldn't have. My God. So yeah, airlines were down here at the start of the year, $18, and percentage-wise, quite the move. Communications continues to remain strong. I mean, look at this chart on communications here. It's an awfully long time. Just kind of grinding itself higher. Communications make up a large part of tech in general. XSW software here, where consolidation is broke out of. Gold. Stuck in that rut for a while. Move back sideways and just grinding higher for a long time now, gold. Just skipping around a few of these here. Financials, XLF. again, this thing is just a real steady mover here. And these are the kind of things when I look at something like this, it's like, are you really going to bet against this stuff? I mean, all right, did it top out here and it'll sell off? There's no way to predict that. But I mean, this thing has just been in a steady overall move up for quite some time. Financials are strong. Kind of hard to make a bear case. MDY is your mid-cap trust, and that is evenly weighted. Again, sitting up here near all-time highs, so it's not like it's just 3 or 4 stocks that's doing this. Same the RSP. This is your S&P 500 equally weighted and sitting right up here near all-time highs as well. So, one thing I would note with the RSP is, you get this nice move, low consolidation, and it moves and pulls back and kind of really stays in this area for a while. And then, it's very choppy to get itself up here. So it wasn't just a straightforward 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 move on that. But nevertheless, banks, KRE, KBE, your banks and your regional banks. Again, very strong looks here. XRT, going to be your retail ETF. Hasn't necessarily gone anywhere this year. I mean, this is where it was beginning of the year. It's here now, so it's up. Still really stuck in this range, though. Perhaps Christmas, right? Sorry, just trying to jump around to the highlights, I suppose. Real estate. Real estate had been on a pretty good run since the summer, and tie that in with Barry coming in and the home builders.
So Break is asking you a question. I don't think you've seen it.
Oh, I didn't see the last one. Sorry.
No.
I've got another
I can
question.
answer
What
it,
should I
I'll
use?
try to answer, but if you want to, you can go ahead.
I mean, I know what Barry's answer is going to be. It's going to be new high alert.
Yeah.
If you want to, if you have something and maybe it's pulled back and you want to see it before it makes a new high again, then I would say maybe add a 5-minute high alert in there. But other than that, I would also say the new high alert is what I would go with as well. So,
for instance, my momentum scanner that I share, all you'd have to do is take it and then put whatever max float you think is a low float, and that's all you'd have to do. The other thing, Chris, his question about the colors, I'm intrigued, but I mean, is it that big a deal if you just add the type column to the halts resumes? You're going to see resume is in green and halt is in red.
Ha, Pepe, I knew it. That's what I thought too, but I like a good challenge on the software. And I thought to myself, that was the last thought that I ended. I said, I bet he's using a multi-strategy window and one alert with one color and one alert with another. Yeah, that's exactly what I figured, Pepe. That confirms it already. So just all the same, Break, shoot an email there and I'll go over it in the email in a little more detail. I like a good challenge with the software. What can I say?
Right. Okay. But what if he's just using like an alert window just on its own?
I don't think you can color it that way then, because it's just coloring the whole background.
No, I understand, but why not just put the type?
Oh yeah,
put the type in there. I mean, is it that big a deal? Because you're going to see the color, the resume. The type is resume is green and halt is red. So maybe it's not the entire row, but I mean, you certainly know what's a resume.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, without getting too involved in it, in my opinion, anyway.
Yeah, and I just like to have on any alert window. I like to have the type. I don't use them as much, but in the past, if I had in alert windows I had that might have had multiple alerts, I want to know what the alert catalyst was. Obviously, it's easy. All filters have to be satisfied, so I know what filters are satisfied, all of them. Mm-hmm. But if I was using multiple alerts, so for example, crossed above resistance or is it a new high? I want to know which one of those alerts is because that would influence what I would be
Right.
doing and what I'm looking at.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll take over now, Chris.
Very
Again,
good.
always thanks for spelling me for the hour.
Of
And I
course,
guess
of
we'll
course.
see you next week.
Sounds good, my friend.
Okay.
Take care,
That's
everybody.
good.
Thanks, Barry. Bye-bye, everyone.
So yeah, break, just in case, I mean, if you can see my halts, you see, I mean, I don't know how much more you actually need. If you have the type column, you can see how it says, when it's a resume, it's green, and when it's a halt, it's red. I mean, just in the type column itself. Maybe not the whole row is green and the whole row is red, but I mean, you can really readily identify what is a resume and what's a halt if you just have the type column, if you see what I'm pointing at. Rid of the announcement. Well, anything can be useful. Okay, break. I mean, when you say are they useful? I mean, we have a lot of different alerts. Only you can tell whether they're, whether they're useful. If that makes sense. I mean, my trading style is I like to see stocks near the high and near the low of the day. Consequently, that's the alert that I use: new high, new low of the day. But the only thing you can do is just try them and see if they're giving you the type of look you're looking for. I mean, anything can be useful. All depends on, other criteria, of course, the price range you're looking at, the relative volume, things like that. So, I mean, all those alerts that we do have, any one of them can be useful. You're probably not around at around 10 o'clock Eastern time when I go over, my homepage and all, and I take a look at, for instance, my momentum scanner. Okay. And when I talk about my momentum scanner, and this is what I was talking about also, if you're looking for, all you'd have to do is take my momentum scanner and just add the float, okay, a maximum float, whatever you consider is, whatever float you don't want it to be above. In other words, so a maximum float, you could add it to this. This is definitely momentum. But what I also do, when we take a look and search, right at the very top here, these are all the real-time alerts that we've got, the new high and the new low of the day, right at the very top. But you can see we've got a lot of other ones. And how I phrase it at the end by saying, I only use the new high and the new low of the day because that suits my trading style. Somebody else might look at this and go, oh no, I'd rather see this, the 25% pullback from the lows on the open. Okay. Or what you're talking about, the running up and down. All you can do is try them and see what sort of alerts you're getting. Are they helpful to you? Because there's no right or wrong. Does that make sense? Any one of these is useful depending on your trading style. And the fact that I don't use them doesn't mean they're bad. It just means for my trading style, this is all I need, the new high and the new low of the day. Okay, does that make sense? Talking to a break 524 in our YouTube room. Yeah, and that's all we do. I mean, there's no magic. Okay, I mean, my scans, they're not magic. I mean, there's kind of what I like, and sometimes I get too many alerts. Sometimes I don't get enough, so I have to tweak them every now and then. You know, but there's no like this is what a person should use to do this. There's no way. There's nothing because also next week we could be in a different market. Tomorrow we could be in a different market, right? So some things that work, yeah, today. When I say work, giving you interesting looks, maybe tomorrow the same one won't. Now I typically have the same scans that I've been running for a long time. But, for instance, I now have my gap continuation or reversal scan back up and running. Why? Because we're in earning season and we're getting a lot of stocks when they release earnings. A lot of them will gap up or gap down, and then they can either keep going that direction or they can reverse. So I decided, I'll resurrect this scan that I've had forever. But when we get out of earnings season, I'll probably get rid of it because it, probably won't give me a lot of alerts or quality alerts. I'll probably just get rid of it until next when earnings season starts 3 months after it ends, if that makes sense. And like for me anyway, every time I get an alert, my first step is to check the daily chart, check the weekly chart, and if I have to check the monthly chart, always to look left to see, all right, where is that next high? Where could it keep going until it hits that next high? And that's how I trade. A lot of you will not ever trade like that. You'd rather look at this NMRK and say, well, I don't want it right now, but if it pulls back, maybe, I mean, that'd be a big pullback. That's the VWAP down here, but maybe you've got a moving average on the chart. Maybe if it pulls back into that moving average, you'd be more interested in taking a trade like that. There's certainly no right or wrong about trading styles, as long as you can make some money. Okay, Draw. So William says that he'll have to leave it up to you to keep the room open later if you want to. Okay. Well, you can see that right here. Okay. So I don't know what your schedule is, Draw, today. Okay. Otherwise, I'll just have to shut the room down when I leave. Okay. So Draw, I'm just, I guess, waiting on your answer. If you can keep the room open till after I leave. If you can't, that's fine. No, as you know, you don't have to. Okay, guys. Well, today's Tuesday, so you're going to hear some leaf blowers outside my window, probably. All right. Well, I'll keep an eye on it, William. Again, it's not a big deal, guys. We leave at 2:30 to quarter to 3. It's not the end of the world. Now, yeah, look at that hymns now. This is the one I wanted earlier. Do I still want it? That's the question. Do I still want it? So look what it did. It kind of churned around that VWAP area. Now it's above the VWAP, and maybe it's going to go on a bit of a run. I mean, 22. Oh, I wanted it over 22 though. That's right. So it really pulled back a lot. It's an earnings play. Still waiting to see if this. Draw. Can you hear me? So William says he cannot keep the room open till 4 like normal. So if you want to, you can. If you can't do it, that's fine. Okay. Just let me know before I take off. Okay, so Draw will keep the room open until about 3:30. Okay, so when I leave it around 2:30, the main room will be open until about 3:30. Thank you, Draw. So how did our friend Zcar finally end up? Yes, you know what? I mean, okay. Now this is one of those crazy ones that I'm going to have to talk a little loudly, guys. I'm sure you must be able to hear the leaf blower now. Um, if it gets over 12 again, you put an alert around 12:17. I mean, it's one of these ones that we kind of look for, the ones that have had tremendous moves. And then now I wouldn't call this as resting. I mean, resting would be more of a flat line, say between maybe even 10 and 12. And then they have a big surge sometime in the afternoon on some volume. Some volume came in, and maybe taking out. I mean, there's the high today, I think, right? 12, around 13. But look left, the next high is 14. So, oh, there's the CWK. CWK. Look at the CWK, guys. This is an earnings play, and look at the volume that came in. Look at all that volume that came in. Saw this one earlier. Any input on ASTS? Okay, Nolani from our YouTube room. Let's see. Pretty ugly. That's what I see. Pretty ugly. I mean, from the highs back here, $30 down to 23. So, the last, we're only 2 days into this week, but I mean, it's in jeopardy of taking all this out, and maybe you've got some support. Like, any input on what though for intraday trade, or certainly as a swing trade? No, because I mean, it's not demonstrating that it wants to stop going down, in my opinion, anyway. So, are you talking about Apple's $1.5 billion bet on smartphones, satellite smartphones? This is with GSAT, right? But I don't see any news today on ASTS. Not today. I mean, the last news I see, raising $150 million. That's probably one of the reasons why it was drifting down. You know, I don't know what price they did it at, but again, I don't see any news today about ASTS. I haven't seen any for the last. Well, I mean, the third is when they said they raised $150 million. So that's the last big news that I see. It could be. Anytime a company does I just don't know what the financing price was. I'd have to. I'd have to look. I don't, because this is not telling me immediately what the financing price was. I don't think anyway. I don't see, but it would be good to know what the financing price was. I don't see it there. So you'd have to, maybe somebody in the other room or somewhere, if they know what the financing price was for ASTS, raising $150 million. Now, if you're looking at this for the first time, or if you're looking at this, my large cap gainers from the open, and you're wondering, well, why is my list so different from yours? Especially if you had it running since 9:30 Eastern time, that's because I rebooted my system at around noon Eastern. So I'm going to get a different top 10 list now. I cannot believe the price of Edit, because Edit used to be like NTLA. Let's see what MTLA. I mean, okay, it's dropped a lot, 215, and then CRISPR. Um, I mean, so this one is still up there, but Edit, CRISPR, and NTLA used to, I mean, many years ago, anyway, used to kind of trade in tandem. I mean, Edit is just trashed. $3 stock now. So you guys have been trading LICY, I see, LICY, now getting right into that 200-day moving average. There are shares available for me to short at Interactive Brokers. Not that I necessarily want to short it, but you can see the 200-day moving average right around $4. So will that stop it? And again, this has been on a nice run. So guys, really all I'm waiting to see is if that DJT can get above 40 again. That's all I'm kind of not really looking to do too much more. Just to maybe play a little bit of that if it gets over 40 again. So again, guys, what I'm going to do for those of you in YouTube, because there's a great possibility that I will not be streaming into YouTube starting next week. Okay, so I will ask you, just all you have to do is just come into the main room. And here's my home page. I'm going to go to my home page anyway, but go to my home page. And at the top, you will see the trading room, okay? Now, if you don't see it, just have to stretch your window out, but you should see the trading room, okay? And that'll get you into the main room. A lot more action, a lot more interaction amongst traders, okay? I think the resolution is a lot better too than in YouTube. So a lot of reasons to come over into the new room. Now, between 12 and 1, one of the other traders will still do their the 12 to 1 deal. But I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be streaming anymore, personally. So again, now this code is still alive. I'm 99.9% certain that it's going to be over tonight at 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, and that's Barry 25. That'll get you 25% off the first month or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription at any time in the future, please use the code you see on my homepage. That'll really help to keep the room free. It's really that simple. Okay. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos to get you started. Trading 101. If you are new to trading, this is for you. A whole series of free videos designed for people who are new to trading. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And now my scan. So if you've clicked on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, just scroll down a bit and the center section. So here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Here are the ones you can actually see. In the middle one, the large cap gainers. I have 3 races that I'm sharing, but I'm only displaying the middle one here, the large cap gainers. Pulse resumes. Again, I did a reboot. Okay, so if you have this one, you've been running it since 9:30. It will be a lot more full than this. Relative strength leaders is here. And then the upside versus downside movers is down here. And there it is. I have a couple other 3 other scans that I'm actually have on my other monitors. I have the momentum scan right here. I mentioned this, the gap continuation or reversal scan. I'll go over that scan, okay? I think it's pretty interesting. And then the don't repeat 10-day daily breakout, okay? And what do I mean by don't repeat? If I had the one that says don't, the one that says just daily breakout as opposed to don't repeat, it would look a little bit more like this, okay? In which the symbol would be repeated over and over again every time the stock made a new high, okay? So again, because I did a reboot, I'm not seeing all the original ones, but this allows me then to go back in time and say, okay, what happened from that original alert? I know the time it happened, and I know the alert price. What happened from there? So this is the type of scan I think that could interest a lot of people, especially if you're, looking for stocks that have maybe capitulated on the way up or bouncing on the way down, bouncing from being down and then maybe bouncing or capitulating when they're maybe a little overextended. So let me get rid of this. So this is a multi-strategy window. And the reason people usually use a multi-strategy window is if you have several alert windows on your monitor, here's how you can take them all and put them into one window, okay, called a multi-strategy window. I don't have that problem, but what I do like to do sometimes is gather together similar scans and put them in a multi-strategy window, okay? So if I right click on this window and hover over strategies, you notice I have four scans, four alert windows that are popping up. A gap up and go, a gap up and go. So what does the gap up and go do? So it looks at a stock that gapped up, and then at the time of the alert, it was moving higher. It doesn't mean it's going to keep moving higher all day or even the next second. It just means at the time of the alert, it met all the filter requirements and it was moving higher. Gap down and reverse. Stock that gap down, and now it's starting to reverse. Again, it doesn't mean it's going to keep reversing all day. Gap up and reverse. Well, stock that gapped up and now it's starting to come down. And then the gap down and go, the stock that gap down, and then at the time of the alert, it was still moving down. So again, these are not absolutely going to go in the direction of the scan. There's no guarantee it'll go in that direction even in the next second, but at least you know what's happening, and then you can make up your mind, does it make sense to trade it? And I color coded it so that if you see something in orange or in yellow, these are short opportunities. And if you see something in green or light blue, these are long opportunities. That's how I've color coded it. Okay. Ah, LPA. Well, let's take a look. I haven't seen LPA for a long time. Well, I mean, for a stock that was so incredibly active, I mean, it's only gone from 7 to 768 in the last few days. I mean, my take is that it's still in a downward trend. Not much, not much to see. I mean, look at the volume. There's no volume. 9,500 shares, no volume at all. So there's no, in my opinion, there's no way of knowing what it's going to do with that sort of volume. It has earnings coming up on the 13th, but I don't think anybody's buying this for earnings. Just not even trading. I know I seem to throw a lot of cold water, and people ask me for my opinion on things, and I know a lot of them are these sort of beaten up stocks, but until I see any sign of a change, I can only tell you what I see. I mean, who knows? Tomorrow this could go up to $11 or something if a whole bunch of volume comes in for some reason. And we don't know what that reason could be. But right now, it's nothing that I even want to look at. And we got Barfly here, guys. BFLY. I know it's butterfly, but let's see what happened. What's this one all about? So, not an earnings play. It's a lot of volume. It's a big float, 156 million in the flow. That is 3.2 times normal volume. For some reason, it is starting to move. It's not an earnings. Well, earnings actually were on the first, so it had earnings right here. Decent reaction, and now sort of a continuation. Oh, all right, guys. So again, if you have questions, don't be shy. I am here to answer. If as long as it's not an accounting question, if it's an accounting question, I can direct you to somebody who will probably help. Okay, but otherwise, I can try to answer most questions about trade ideas. So the market is still. We only had a minor pullback here. Starting to get a little bit more of a pullback here, but I mean, we're still super strong. Yeah, sure. For Zcar, sure. So what time frame? I mean, I've got a 5 and I have a 15, but what's your time frame? Because they'll look very different depending on the time frame, DT. Okay, so there it is on the 5 minutes. So still blue. We have the transition right here. Not the strong transition, okay? Had it gone from I don't think it was ever orange. We haven't had anything orange at all, which is pretty amazing. Orange meaning, don't take the trade at all. Let me see if I can find one. I just want to find something that. How about Alcoa? Yeah. So, for instance, the whole idea. Now, this would have been a lot more bullish had this happened. So we get an orange bar right there. Anything again, if you're interested in go no go, there's a whole video on it. Just go to. I'll show you where not just UDT, but anybody else listening. So orange, basically, when you see orange, and again, look at the 15-minute chart. You don't see any orange at all. So it really depends on what time frame you're looking at. But in theory, what orange means is don't take the trade at all. We don't see an advantage going one way or the other, short or long. Then you get this transition to cyan. Okay, had the next one been dark, this light blue instead of the cyan again, that would have been a fairly bullish setup. If we can go from orange either directly to blue or only one bar in between the blue, that's a pretty bullish setup. Okay. That doesn't mean this is not, if the next bar is blue here, I mean, it could be a nice trade. But again, it depends on the time frame you're looking at. Look at this over here in the 15. You don't see an orange at all. Well, I've not scanned using it. I have, as I said, right from the very. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. For me, it's more a confirmation than anything. Okay, I don't rely on it 100%. It's more when I'm looking at a trade, a potential trade. I'm looking at it depending on the time frame, and I'm looking at it as more of a confirmation. Okay, and I find out I like. It's always nice to have a confirmation. Those are my thoughts on it. Give me a moment. No, you don't get alert. Now there are some scans that are created, but you cannot get an alert for your scans. Okay, um, but there have been some scans created. I just don't use them. So, for instance, if you go up to New and then Market Explorer, and then right click, select Strategy, move down to Trade Wave, and so here's Trade Wave buy on a 5 minute. So you're going to get a bunch of these things coming up, but I just didn't find them useful enough for me. Okay, doesn't mean they could be useful for you. But what I like to do is, when I click on any one of my scans and I'm checking to see what it looks like, that helps me. Are you talking about these, scalper? Are you talking about this, the color code here? You're talking about what you're seeing here? Okay, so this is, these are what we call our go, no go charts, okay? It's an add-on subscription. So are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas, number one? Okay. Well, I'll just give you an idea about what it's looking for. So if I click on the dock channel bar, go, no go charts, okay? So what I can do if these are two videos which kind of explain what Go No Go is all about. Um, I can drop them in so you can take a look at them. There's one video, and then the second one. Just give me a moment. Make sure it's got the right one. My computer's going a little crazy. Okay, so here's the second one. You can take a look, and this is the concept, okay? And then there's some text, okay? If you want to take a screenshot of this is sort of the idea. But that'll give you an idea about what Go No Go is all about. It's not our product, okay? That's why we're I guess I don't know if the right term is licensing from the Go No Go people, but so that's why it's an add-on because it's not our product. Ha! Ah, you're too funny, William. So now it is, isn't it? Alab is at an all-time high now. There it is. Now it's at an all-time high, not when it was down here. That's funny. Okay, guys, I'm watching. You probably know which one I'm watching very intently. Still hanging around the 40 level. I'm talking about DJT, of course. So YouTubers, I think this is kind of what I did yesterday. I'm going to shut down YouTube at 2 o'clock, okay? Because I still have to prove to myself that streaming to YouTube is the main culprit, okay? With my system, it certainly was yesterday, and I think I've got it nailed that that's what it is. So I'm going to shut YouTube down at noon, at 2 o'clock, okay? But you can always go into the main room. And I'll keep going till at least 2:30 in the main room. Yeah. Did I say I was swinging DJT? You're a funny man. I liked your comment to whoever asked that question just as I was going on my break. But what stock to maybe trade, for election purposes? And of course, this one. I mean, but risky one way or the other. Okay, guys, this potential energy seems to be building up just over 40 for DJT. Yeah, unless anybody thinks it's political. No, I mean, anything that can affect the market is not political, okay? It's, I mean, it's just a statement of fact. I mean, no, I agree, Shaw. I mean, the YouTube thing is still well, for trade ideas, is still relatively new compared to the main room. Talking to Shaw in our YouTube room. Now, William said that AALAB is going to 100. You heard him say that. Now, I do see that our AI had a short on GCTK, but I don't. My guess is that not many. I may be wrong, but who has shorts? Who had shorts available for GCTK? There certainly weren't any available at Interactive Brokers. So, anybody, those of you with E Trade or Fidelity or any of the other, not Centerpoint. Okay, I know Centerpoint probably and Cobra and Trade Zero probably have shorts available. But what about the other brokers? Anybody have GCTK as the ability to short it? And this is what I'm talking about because yeah, if you had the ability to short it at 244, you're up 43%. Problem is maybe not a lot of people had shorts available. Okay, so that's what I thought. Not too many could have shorted GTCK again, unless you've got Centerpoint or Trade Zero or Cobra. My guess is that Centerpoint more than likely had shorts available, but I doubt, Blaine, for those sort of stocks, I doubt those very low floaters. I doubt that they were available earlier. I'm almost sure they were never available at Interactive Brokers. Now, this is what we're talking about. We're not talking. They can try to find shorts for you, so it's not like they're saying, "Sorry, we won't allow you to short." But the minute they say, "Well, we'll try to find," well, I just dismiss it. Geo guys. So just over the whole number. Let's take a look at Geo. Has earnings coming up on the 7th. Geo just over the whole number. Now, the other thing, who asked the question about the go no go? DT, was it DT? Was it DT? DT? Yeah, DT. So the other thing is that, this is it's way better if there's a trend. Okay. It's more of a trend following system. Okay. So here, for instance, okay, especially if you had an orange line here, a cyan here, and then a blue, and then a beautiful. See, right now though, you've got a bit of a chop, in my opinion. It's not really a great trend. So even if that had been a blue bar, orange, cyan, and then blue, to me it would not have. It may have worked, but I wouldn't have had the faith in it working as well as something like this with a nice trend. Now you might say, well, this is after the fact. I get it, but certainly the other thing too is, I wouldn't want to see as wide a bar because, even if that was a decent trend, what if it was here? Hopefully I'm not making it so you don't understand what I'm talking about, but with that wide a bar, and even if that had been blue, well, you're giving up, like that was at 15. Now we're at 15.11. By the time that closes, it could be at 15.15. So, on a $15 stock, you might be giving up 20 cents. I would much rather see a more narrow bar and then the blue, if that makes sense. All right, guys. I guess we should all pile into TPET. It's halted. 9-cent stock. I'm kidding, of course, but trading lower. They announced a 1-for-20 reverse split. So this will be a reverse split. I don't know what the date is. Obviously, they haven't done it yet. See if it says it here. Well, I don't know if it's effective tomorrow or. I wonder why it got halted though for new. Like this is more like a news halt. But we already know. I mean, that news about the reverse split is like I'm seeing this at 9:30, and actually they announced it on the 4th, which is yesterday. Oh well, we'll just have to wait to see what happens. Well, the new float, divide this by 20. So say what, 2.4, 2.3 million in the float. Divide that by 20, 2.4 million in the float. If that float number is correct, the 48 million they've got now. So if it is a 1-for-20, so that's about 2.4 million in the float. Whoa, guys, this is what I was talking about. So there's a Z car, took out 12, broke down below it again, but let's see. I mean, what time is it now? Yeah, I mean, this is the time of day where these things can get really crazy again. I'm not saying to take the trade, but look at it go. And here's your high of the day, and I know it's crazier things can happen, but you've got to be awfully careful. That is such a micro float, and you can't wander away from your computer if you're going to take a stock like this. Even my computer is going crazy. I mean, I'm telling you, it takes this out right there, that high of the day. All right, guys. Ooh, just give me a moment. Okay. Wow. That was wild. That was wild for me. Oh man, you've got to be so careful. You know what I did? I was trying to offload what I bought, and I accidentally doubled my position. Now it worked out. I'm talking about the Z car. And so now well, again, I got super lucky, super lucky on that. Now it looks like it's going to get halted. So I still have some left, but no, it's not going to get halted. I thought it was going to get halted, but I don't have very much left, believe me. Oh man. I know they hired me, Captain. That's my sideline job. Oh. Now again, guys, I mean, the next high looking left is 14. So, you know what? Okay, I'm out of everything now. It can go through 14 without me. I'm out of everything. I'm looking at this right there, that 14. If it takes out 14, there's 1437. There's little areas right here where it could stall. It may just blast right through it all. It may not matter at all, but I'm not gonna chance it. I got very fortunate, doubling my position accidentally. Now look at the SPY here, guys. Now this is the first on a 5-minute chart. Okay, this could be something could be happening here. This is the first orange bar we've seen. Okay, so again on a 5-minute chart. So this is the go no go chart. So orange means, you know what, we don't see a direction yet that we're comfortable with, either going long or short. If the next bar though, because the reverse of going up, the next bar, if it happens to be pink, you can see a pink bar. Wow. Oh well, I'm not in anymore, but I just can't. I'm not going to be upset. Good for you guys who are still in it. Mark, you should not be in that. You told me that you weren't going to trade that, or I hope you had a very low number of shares. You said you made your money at the beginning. You didn't want to give it all back. Wow. Okay. Well, okay, let's play this game. Where could it go if it takes all this out? 1589? 1570 is the next high, but let's go to a monthly chart. I'm not in this anymore, but for those of you who are still in it. So the next high on a monthly chart looks like around 2650. 1570. Well, of course, this is reverse split adjusted, right? I mean, it never was up in this area, but this is just reverse split adjusted. Okay, YouTubers, I'll give you one last chance to come over to the main room because I'm going to shut YouTube down. I have to do a test, okay? So here's the link to my homepage. If you click on the link at the very top, near the top, there'll be something that says trading room. That gets you into the main room. So I'm going to leave this up for another minute, and then I'm going to shut YouTube down, and I'm going to do my test. Shady. I know what you're doing. Okay, guys. So I've given those of you in YouTube the chance to get into the main room. So I'm going to shut YouTube down right now. Okay. Now, of course, I'll still be in the main room until at least 2:30. And again, for those of you in YouTube, when I leave at 2:30, Draw will keep the main room open until 3:30. Okay, so I'm shutting YouTube down right now.